Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. This is the August OCC Clash Top 8 stream, and it's actually a bit of a special clash today, sorry, because this is going to be the last tournament where players can earn their pre-qualification spot for the upcoming KARDS 2023 World Championship. So, the winner of the tournament today is going to get immediately qualified to the top 128 for that tournament, and of course, there's also a lot of OCC Clash points on the line to try to qualify for the next OCC Ultimate. This is the first Clash of the cycle, so everybody here is guaranteed at least 8 points. And joining me today is the amazing Berto Burrito.
Hello, guys.
And we'll have Starry on a little bit later, but let's take a look at the bracket to see which 8 players are going to be competing here today for the points and the qualification spot. So, oh. Yeah, we saw my name in that bracket. That's definitely not true. I believe that was the ultimate bracket, not the Clash bracket. But while we're waiting for that bracket to come up, oh, and here it is. At the top of the bracket, we have Gorky versus Tiger. Now that's a matchup I'm quite excited to see. We have Gorky actually winning the season. This is his second ever OCC appearance. Last time was in December, where he won the OCC he participated in, and obviously his opponent Tiger is a OCC regular, so that's going to be quite the clash. And that's also going to be our first match that we're going to see today on stream. Below that, we have several new players entering the top 8, actually directly through top 6 of ladder. Normally we see new players coming in through the OCC qualifiers, but actually this time through the qualifiers, it was Tiger and it was Corn Guy. But qualifying through top 6, we have Chaos versus Saber Lot. These are both new players to the top 8. I believe Chaos has been around in top 38 for at least a couple of months. I'm not sure about Saber Lot, but either way, both of these players are going to be having their OCC debut and hoping to earn that qualification spot for the World Championship, as well as earning other points. And then below that, we have Lao Mao, another new player to the OCC, to top 8 to tournaments as a whole, I believe, facing off against Corn Guy, who you might recognize their name. This is their first ever OCC appearance. However, they've made several appearances deep into the open tournaments, as well as, I believe he got top 8 of the last World Championship. So Corn Guy, definitely a player you need to keep an eye out for and respect. They normally don't have the time and energy to put into qualifying through ladder, and they actually came in through the OCC qualifiers, which means they didn't put in the hundreds of games necessary to grind out into top 6, but they got the bare minimum, and then they absolutely crushed the OCC qualifiers tournament, so they're on a bit of a streak right now. And then last but not least, we have Bezio versus Tang Tang, which is going to be a rematch, and these are two very experienced players, regular tournament players, so that's going to be another fun match to keep an eye out on. And those are the 8 players we have today. So, without further ado, let's get into the player profiles. And here is the first one. We have Gorky. These are the stats for the season. So these are ranked games played in the previous month, the month qualifying for this tournament. So Gorky played 456 games, which is quite impressive. And of those 456 games, he had nearly a 72% win rate, which is very, very strong. Winning 72% of your games is insane. Winning 72% of your games over 450 is insane, and that was enough to get him first place on the season. Most played Japan. I know from playing against him and just talking to him, he was playing a lot of Jagro. However, see under his favorite card is the 3.7 anti-air gun. He loves these pin cards. He loves these combo strategies. However, that's not what he's brought here today. He's brought a much more traditional medalist and several aggro decks. And his opponent is Tiger with 470 total matches this month, a very similar number to Gorky, a 67.87 win rate, slightly lower. and we see that he ended 35th. So it is actually interesting to see. They played about the same amount of matches. They had very similar win rates, but a difference between a first place finish and a 35th place finish shows the importance of sort of getting win streaks. And when you play, what decks you play at different points in the season. Also, most played is Japan. Now, this could be Japan aggro, similar to Gorky, or it could be Japan German discard. A lot of Japan on ladder last season, and both players have brought Japan to this tournament. His favorite card is the M4A1, which is a very, very strong card to counter discard, which is very popular in the meta right now, so I'm not too surprised that Tiger is really liking this card in the meta right now.
And he is bringing this card in his USA Italy deck as well.
It is true. Actually, I believe I'm mistaken. I said Tiger did bring Japan. Tiger, despite it being his most played deck, in the previous month, he did not bring Japan to this tournament. So let's take a look at these decks. We might see or you might see an immediate trend with some of the colors that are showing up. But let's first look at his first deck. It is US Italy Ramp. Now, US has probably been the least seen nation since the expansion and the rotation came out. So seeing it now and with a ramp strategy, which is something that we don't typically see in tournament, is definitely going to be interesting to keep an eye out on this deck. Essentially, the strategy is you play out a lot of these early ramp cards like War Machine to gain credits. Hour of Need is another one. ASW Patrol is not in this deck. And then you're going to slam down these really late game units. Italy ally being here, chosen here for the 7th Alpini, which is both a large late game guard that also offers you healing, which USA lacks a lot of. So that's going to help you both stem the amount of damage aggro can deal to you while healing back up any amount of damage you have taken in the early game while you're just playing these credits. Then we look at his second deck. It is German USA Ramp again. So Tiger sticking with the ramp. And we see the carryover from his US deck. We have the War Machines, we have the Hour of Needs. This deck does have ASW Patrol because it is a 7 cost, gain 3 credits. If US is your ally, destroy a random enemy unit. So it's much better in USA Ally. And then he has the B-17 Flying Fortresses for a little bit of endgame. Plus, Germany offers quite a few powerful units, especially in their elites. We see Tiger, i.e. the Schwalbe, the Leopold, the King Tiger, and then a couple of orders to stem the flow of aggro. This deck is not going to have access to guards in the same way the Italy ally brings to it, so it's going to try to make up for that with cards like Tactical Strike, and some of these countermeasures with From the Deep. And then we take a look at his last deck. It is Britain USA You Betcha Ramp, with again 4 War Machines, 2 Hour of Need, 2 ASW Patrol, 2 Quartermaster, 2 B-17 Flying Fortress, the exact same 12 US cards as the German deck. But Britain brings something very different to the table, which is it's going to have a lot more guards with the form of Blackwatch, as well as the Grenadier Guards. And it's going to have a few more powerful orders, like Monty, of course, as well as a familiar, just powerful late game units, the Churchill Alfred, the Lancaster, the Wellington. So Tiger, very, very heavy lineup. He seems to be targeting something in mind with this lineup. Berto, do you want to add anything to this? Do you have an idea of what he's trying to target with this lineup?
I'm not entirely sure myself, but I would be able to give your voice a break and run through Gork's decks if you would like, Jking.
That would be amazing.
Right, so first up, Gork is bringing a Heinz deck, even running the namesake of the deck, Fast Heinz, which is a card you don't always see run in this deck. And he is using Japan Minor, which is an interesting choice versus the slightly more typical, I would say, US Minor. And even running 2 Honorable Deaths, which is an interesting choice to add a little more removal to this deck and combo with Enigma to potentially draw lots of cards after drawing for your opponent. Next up, we have a Britain-Japan credit denial list, which can really destroy an opponent really fast in the early game. although it is particularly weak to ramp, which of course Tiger is bringing three of. So this makes this deck really difficult to get a win on, and it may come down to this list in this matchup. And finally, we have a Jagro list, absolutely classic deck that we've seen a lot on ladder recently and really rising in popularity in tournaments as well. Gaining a lot of strength from Shinano in the most recent expansion. And Gork is deciding to run two Martyrs, which I think is a wise decision. Although he is also running four expansions, so that really puts a lot of draw in this deck, and we'll see if that pays off for him with this deck, potentially, unless it gets banned, which I think it might.
And now that we've seen these players' 6 decks between them, what do you think the bans are going to be? So if I'm Gorky, I'm thinking about trying to target that German deck. I think that might be the weakest of the 3 ramp decks since it does not have guard, it does not have any additional healing. So I would lean towards maybe banning the Britain deck. And then on Tiger's side, I feel like you have probably an easier time just banning Jagro. It's the fastest deck, you have triple ramp. It is a world where Heinz can get off to a slow start, and you can beat that with ramp. And then, obviously, as you mentioned, Tiger is going to be able to try to target this credit denial list.
Yeah. Additionally, a lot of what Heinz is really effective at doing revolves around Nakshub, which in early game versus early game matchups, when you're playing Heinz into something like Jagro or US Frontline, you're really able to get a whole lot of value out of this Nakshub and really develop a board early, which Ramp does not propose much of a board early. So I think this is just another one of those reasons that Heinz isn't quite as potent against Ramp as Jagro is, even if it's still a fast deck and it can get off an early Blitzkrieg for sure and ruin Ramp's day. But I think it's just a little less consistent at doing that. It has a little more unique tools.
And there are the
That's what we
bans.
see.
Quite expected Gorky having his Japan-German aggro deck banned, Tiger having his Britain-USA ramp deck banned. And now that it's left here, who would you favor in this matchup? Because Gorky, as far as I'm aware, Gorky spent the vast majority of the season on this Japan-German aggro. That's by far the deck he has the most recent experience with. I know he's probably quite comfortable with credit denial. I have personally never seen Gorky play Heinz before. On the other side, I don't think I've ever seen Tiger play ramp before, period. So
surely he's been practicing if he's bringing three of them, however. I'm really struggling to see how this credit denial list works into these ramp lists. Like, obviously, Tiger can just miss out on the ramp and have all these expensive units and start discarding cards from the top of his deck. But I feel like that is exceedingly unlikely.
I think the mulligan if we see this credit, well, when we see this credit denial most likely appear against one of these ramp decks, is just going to be both players full mulliganing for any card that reads credit on it, because neither of them have essentially anything to play in the early game. It's exclusively just orders that either, in the case of Tiger, gains him additional credit slots, or in the case of Gorky, primarily reduces the credit slots of his opponent. If Tiger misses a War Machine and Gorky gets a strong 2 credit denial opening hand that can keep Tiger off of the Hour of Needs for 3, 4, 5 turns, past when he might normally get there, that can be the difference, especially because this German USA ramp deck has no healing. So if Gorky can just get really fast out of the gate with his healing, it's possible that he can just go all in for a early Commonwealth before Gorky's really able to put damage in. It is think Gorky needs to play for tempo. And yeah, playing for tempo is against ramp is generally easy. If you're playing an aggressive deck, you just play out all your units, push your units to the front line, attack the HQ. However, if you're playing a deck that doesn't run a lot of units, it's a lot harder to play for tempo. Gorky is going to need to use cards like Observer Core, which reduces the cost of a card that costs 4 or more in your hand by 2, to try to cheat out maybe an early Blackwatch that can early credit denial in addition to an early Blackwatch can really slow down ramp, because all of these ramp cards are in the form of orders. Or if you can just try to get out, say, a Sexton that can't be dealt with, to just control the board, stop units from attacking the HQ as you slowly gain up in health, and then just try to get into Commonwealth range. That is really the win condition here.
Yeah, it's certainly a playable matchup. It's just hard in the early game, and there's not a lot you can do to really manipulate how that early game goes. It really comes down to the luck of the draw in a lot of ways. Towards that mid and late game, there will probably be a lot more skill expression in the matchup, but if that early game just goes too poorly for you, then there's gonna be nothing you can do.
Yeah, that's why decks like Ramp and Credit Denial are often very polarizing within the competitive community in terms of how competitive players look at them. Because some players will look at it and as just they'll look at either the win rate of the deck, especially in the case of Credit Denial, or they'll look at the potential of the deck in more cases like Ramp, where there's less statistics about how these decks perform. And some players will look at that and think about the best possible case scenario. Others will look at that and look at the worst case possible scenario. If you've ever played Credit Denial, you know those hands where your opening hand offers you 4 7-cost cards, you mulligan all of them, and you get back like 4 Observer Cores, and you literally can't play a card until like turn 5, and by that point you're dead. The same thing with Ramp. They are decks that are very, very capable of losing to themselves. However, that's a very small percentage of the time, and if you are very, very good at the deck, you can still have easily like a 70, even an 80% win rate on a deck that loses to itself 10% of the time. And that's just a risk both of these players were willing to make coming here into this tournament. And what I find really interesting with Credit Denial particularly is the mulligan, because there's some players who will just full mulligan for Credit Denial. Anything that is not Credit Denial, they will send back, including Honeys, Convoys, Crusaders. And other players will take a much more conservative approach, where they'll keep Credit Denial in their opening hand. But if they get a card like Honey, they might keep it just to play it out on turn 2 as a unit. They might keep Convoy, especially going first, just so they are less likely to get a completely dead hand with no card draw and be stuck doing nothing for several turns. When it comes to those decks, particularly Credit Denial, where do you land on playing conservatively versus playing for the best potential hand?
Well, that's a really hard question. I suppose I'm a little more conservative. I tend to be a pretty pessimistic player myself. So when I'm sending things back, of course, I am eager to find those credit denial cards. I'll keep an observer core, but I will also keep a convoy when given the opportunity.
And here we are into game 1. It's going to be Gorky on the Heinz versus Tiger on the US Italy ramp. And just immediately looking at Tiger's hand, that feels like all of the cards you want to see in this matchup. And looking at Gorky's hand, I believe he kept the 22nd infantry and mulligan to the other 3. You really don't. Gorky's opening hand, not great. Tiger here is spending a lot of time. He sends back attack in the colonies, and he gets back another one. It is difficult mulliganing on ramp, because sometimes if you just offered all of your early game cards and all of your early game removal, you just want to keep it. However, a lot of those cards go 1 for 1, and then you might not have any card draw, you might not have any big units to play after that. However, there is nothing Tiger can do immediately to answer the Panzer 1B from Gorky.
And even though those Pathfinders is a really powerful card, it can be a little difficult to decide when exactly you want to play it, because you don't really want to play off curve and ramp. So do you use an Hour of Need here and be really slow to be able to go into the 7 credit turn with a Fifth Rangers and a Pathfinders? Do you just play Pathfinders here to eliminate the draw from your opponent and take out one of these 2/2 tanks in the front line? Do you just Fifth Rangers to remove a tank and play on curve? I
Tigers,
kind of like this Hour of Need play.
yeah, Tiger's opening hand, it really looked like he was going to do War Machine into just constant early game removal tools. However, with the draw of 7th Alpini on turn 2 and 3, it makes this War Machine into Hour of Need into 2 7th Alpinis in a row against Gorky's deck that has very, very, very little removal. Very, very powerful. However, that's also going to mean Gorky is going to be keeping these units on board, moving the 20 seconds. So he's going to be drawing a lot of cards. He's going to be developing units on board, which can make cards like Type 93, Blitzkrieg, Panzer F very, very scary. Because, yes, Tiger can play a 7th Alpini if he wants. It looks like he's actually going to go for the Pathfinder's 5th Rangers play, choosing not to play with the 7th Alpini yet. And I do really like this. The 7th Alpini doesn't deal with the fact that your opponent's going to be drawing 2 additional cards every single turn. And Italy ally naval engagement to take out the support line, but don't really have any board clears for the front line. There's no carpet bomb-ins. Honorable death. Answering the Pathfinder's drawing 3rd, 7th Alpini.
And Gorky deciding to move up these 20 seconds, deciding he's probably had enough draw from them. He also has 3 Panzer 38Ts in hand as well. So draw will not be an issue for Gorky this game. That's for sure.
Here's a serious question. Do you not trade with the 22nd? Now, I feel like you probably do, just because you're terrified of Squeak. Letting some easy trades get in through here. But currently, it's very, very difficult for your opponent to actually get additional use out of the draw for these 20 seconds. And a 2-1 infantry is not the best trade for your 4-2 Rangers.
Oh, and that's an instant Blitzkrieg pickup for Gorky. He saw it and knew he wanted it.
And with Rife, Type 93, Blitzkrieg, and several Blitz units in hand, Gorky could be setting up something big here. Now, he does need to figure out exactly how he wants to do this. He could play a Whirlwind in the support line. He doesn't really want to go too far into the support line because that will risk getting blown out by a naval engagement. So he's just going to decide to cash in on the credits generated from the Rife now, get a bunch of units to the front line.
Yeah, and I think this makes a lot of sense. Even if your Greif gets removed, you're not going to have to operate those tanks in the front line when you play the Blitzkrieg itself. So I think just getting around this threat of backline board clear makes a lot of sense.
And I think something Gorky did not really take into account is this single copy of Seaborn Invasion in Tiger's hand. However, he chooses to forgo playing it and rather takes out the Greif and gets another 5-8 guard down. And honestly, I don't blame him. You have to be feeling pretty comfortable, not just because you have 15 health of guard on board, but also that 15 health of guard on board is going to be healing you likely an additional 18, well traded out with units.
Yeah, Gorky kind of needs his second Blitzkrieg here to really begin to get anything close to efficient trades on these 7 Falpinis.
He can't even... he's a credit off being able to use the Heinkel to remove one of these guards with only 1 attack. However, he is just going to do the Blitzkrieg. The benefit is you get off easily 2 of easily the most annoying units in your opponent's deck. You get him off the board, you still have a huge hand. Your opponent has a quite small hand in a deck that doesn't have a lot of draw. However, look at Tiger's health. It's 34, and you're down one of your Blitzkriegs. And if I remember from Gorky's deck, yeah, Gorky only runs 2 Blitzkriegs in his deck. So that is one of his 2 Blitzkriegs gone, and your opponent's at 34.
Yeah, the one thing that Gorky has going for him is that he does still have all this draw, and Tiger does not have any draw. So even if every one of Tiger's units gets a 2-for-1, then Gorky can still pull ahead potentially.
And he hits the smallest unit on the board, but I actually think that is the best case scenario for Tiger because it's going to make this E17 so difficult to remove because of the heavy armor. Most of these tanks have 1 attack, some of them have 2 attack, which are going to be able to deal a small amount of damage. But this isn't really what you want, and this is going to allow Tiger the credits to play out a second B17. If he wants, he could alternatively go for another 7th Alpini. Either way, I think you're attacking the Whirlwind.
Yeah. Really nice to just get this Whirlwind off the board for free. There's no bigger target on the board. I think it just makes a lot of sense to clear it out.
And these B17s are going to take a long time to clear at this board, but something that's worth considering is Tiger could just attack face twice with the B17s and then play a guard between them. And just say, you can't kill me in 2 turns.
Yeah.
Fast times draw is huge here, though. Now, fast time on the non-veteran Panzer B is going to mean that when it attacks the HQ, it does get reset to a 2-2, so it will lose stats. However, he's not attacking HQ now. Gorky is just going to be trading here because he's looking at his opponent's hand size, he's looking at his opponent's deck list with the amount of card drawn, and thinking, I just need to trade out, and I don't need a huge Blitzkrieg turn to OTK my opponent. I'm just simply going to have units in the front line for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and even if your opponent's on 30 defense, if your opponent just runs out of cards, then you have the time to chip away at that.
And I think Tiger might be recognizing that this game could come down to the outcome of Seaborn Invasion, and that means he'll likely try to delay having to play that card for as long as possible. Because you can get some very, very low rolls out of Seaborn Invasion, and if he commits the credits to playing it, and he gets a low roll, that's probably just game over from a tempo point of view. Gorky is so fast to play the Yeg Bomber. Not only is it a massive credit swing, it also is going to let him remove the second B17. He resets the Panzer B, but he gets to play out another one. And this Panzer B is, in a lot of matchups, they can be sort of mediocre to bad. However, Ramp is exactly the type of matchup you want the Panzer B in, because just think about how many units, just how many bodies on the board a single 1-drop has created. Now, he has had 2 Panzer Bs by this point, but still. And that is the second worst outcome you can get off of Seaborn Invasion, I believe. And
yeah, that is not great.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. You're really looking for your Californias, your 4th Marines, the new card that came out with Brothers in Arms. I forgot its name, but the 5/5 that gets 2 damage reduced by 2 for adjacent units. But unfortunately, he gets a 3/2 and a 3/3. This is just going to be units flooding the board. And look at Gorky's hand size. Has he dropped below 5 cards in hand since like turn 1?
I can't remember quite that far back, but I remember around turn 5, I think he had 9 cards in hand with the double 22nd.
And Tiger, from a start that looked so powerful, so potential, with so much potential, his health 34, like he got the 18 healing through the double 7th Alpini, but now he's at 21. He still has less cards than his opponent. Plus, his opponent has 5 additional units on board. And looking at his cards, like, yes, you have a B17 and you have the credits to play it and attack with it, the B17F that is. But what do you attack? Either way, it's just going to die the next turn. You can do attack in the colony's 7th Alpini, but then you don't have the credits to play anything else. I think maybe he should have gone for the Lion for a day instead, just because it's a harder card to use in the future.
Little bit of a crappy draw here for Gork. Not that it's too much of an issue when you have so many cards in hand, but that Enigma is never being played.
Yeah, and the Heinkel comes out, gives him more card draw. He still has a 38T in hand if he wants more card draw, and that's not counting these Panzu Bees that are constantly flooding his hand to then flood the board again. And look at that, he still has naval engagement in mind. He doesn't want to play out the double Panzer Bee into the support line and potentially get all of that destroyed. I mean, even if that did happen, he's still winning. I mean, it is so difficult for Tiger to come back, because if you think about his comeback potential cards, it is the 7th Alpinis to just get a ton of healing, slow down your opponent, make them trade out a whole board, and it's your Seaborn Invasion to push out a huge front line. And all of those have been played. He is out of 7th Alpinis. He is actually out of healing altogether in his deck. This 24 health total is what he's going to have for the rest of the game.
And a Martyr, too. You know, just in case you get bored of these cards.
Yeah, I mean, Gorky, it really doesn't matter what he does at this point. I mean, I think he fully recognizes that as long as he plays 12 credits worth of cards each turn, he will win the game. It doesn't matter how he spends those 12 credits. He could have thrown out an Enigma that turn, and he would still be winning.
And I just want to bring up, this is all off of one Panzer 1B, isn't it? The single one that he played on turn 1?
I believe he had a second Panzer 1B around turn 6 or 7.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
but still.
the Panzer 1B he played on turn 1 probably generated an additional 5 or 6 units easily. And with that, we see Gorky taking the lead, but that is the deck that we expected to win. To be completely honest, I didn't expect it to be that much of a one-sided match, especially seeing Tiger's opening hand. And, I mean, Gorky put any doubts I had about his ability to play Heinz to rest. I think Gorky played that matchup incredibly well. But now we are going to get on to the matchup that very well might decide the outcome of the game. I think the Germany deck is the easiest for Gorky to beat. I don't think it's substantially better than the US deck. Substantially better for Gorky than against the US deck, but this is certainly going to be a matchup that Gorky was looking to win. And already off the bat, Tigers, not like the amazing perfect credit curve hand, but just getting a Panther G down on turn 4. What does Gorky do against that?
Cries, probably. I mean, you can look for supply shortage, but, you know, that's going to take quite a while to get through 5 defense.
And something that I realized that we haven't mentioned up until this point is German deck, it doesn't have healing, it doesn't have guard. However, the German deck does have discard. And, I mean, anytime you're playing a single card win condition deck against discard, you always have to factor in the opportunity for your opponent to literally just discard your win condition, in this case the Commonwealth. Now, checking the list, I believe 2 KCLers are the only discard in the deck, so he's not running the full double Annihilation, double Wolfpack package. However, just that case yellow is just sitting menacingly in hand. Well,
No. Gorky
Data.
does get to deny this move up trade with the Panzer for what, one turn.
And that is an incredibly big deal. Here, if you're Tiger, do you just push up and hold up from the deep? Because at this point, I'm thinking, how do I not just kind of rush my opponent in this situation? And the thing that comes to my mind is they play Sexton next turn.
Yeah, I think the Sexton is a good enough reason to hold up from the deep, but it is an elite. So Tiger doesn't think he needs to play around it.
I really, I'm not a fan of this play from Tiger, and there's the top deck Sexton. I mean, I don't know what it is about credit denial, but it just feels like they always find the exact draws at the exact point in time to never quite be out. You look at their hand and you think, this hand is terrible. How do they ever win? And they just always find the cards they need. And now Tiger's in a really awkward position. You just, like, you can play the FW, but it doesn't do much. You can start chipping away at the HQ total, but it's going to die to Sexton very fast. It can't get through Blackwatch without the help of a Rado.
The FW does threaten this double trade onto the Blackwatch, which I think is fairly nice.
Gorky chooses to not attack with the Sexton and not in the FW. He instead chooses to get the redeployment out now, look for a better hand, look for this card draw. How do you feel about that? I certainly don't feel like I'm adequate enough at credit denial to really criticize that play with any justice, but it certainly felt strange to me.
I love preserving Blackwatch as much as you can because it reduces the way that your opponent is able to play the game at all. And, you know, it's like one damage, my opponent can have anything to deal with it, but that's not really true when there's nothing, no orders they can play from their hand and trade with the FW while Blackwatch is on the board.
However, just looking at Gorky's hand, he can try to combo both next turn. And that's exactly what he's going to go for. Tiger is going to have to go for this case yellow. He doesn't even have a way to reduce Tiger below 30, because if he does case yellow attack phase for 3, Gorky's still going to draw. So this game comes down to a 1 in 6 discard on Commonwealth. And that's just game over.
Wow, I mean, Gorky against the odds, pulling out a quick victory.
This is... I don't know if this is luck of the draw or just galaxy brain play from Gorky. That's the feeling I have had every single time I've watched Gorky play the game. It just feels like he understands this game on a different level. Sometimes it feels like he knows the next 5 cards in his deck. Sometimes
he understands top decking Sexton on a different level too.
Yeah, and that was just... It's hard to say Tiger necessarily did anything wrong, because holding up the from the deep play plays around your opponent having a single elite in their deck on curve. And obviously we saw that that is what happened, and had he done that differently, maybe it would have forced Gorky to make a different play, or if Gorky had gone for the Sexton, it could have made a massive tempo swing to just turn the game around. But all of those tiny decisions, those draws that go for or against a player, have led to Gorky a 2-0 victory, moving on to the semifinals, knocking out Tiger, who had an impressive run through the qualifiers. Up here, getting the 8 points. And yeah, let's now take a look at the bracket. So we see Gorky, of course, beating Tiger 2-0. We have not yet had any of the results from any of the 2 games being played off stream yet. However, that is obviously we're going to find that out soon. But we are moving on to our next streamed match, which is going to be Mao versus Corn Guy on the other side of the bracket. And this is going to be a very interesting match. Very interesting players. We have not seen a lot from Lao Mao really ever before in a tournament, at least on stream. Corn Guy is a player we don't see too often. And to walk us through these players, these decks, these games, I'm going to be joined by Starry. Welcome, Starry.
Thank you.
So, just an immediate impressions from these players in this tournament. Lao Mao, new player. We haven't seen them in tournaments before, and suddenly they just break into the top 6 in their first event. And as we'll see in a minute, they're bringing quite peculiar decks. What do you think? Do you think this is because of the expansion and the rotation, allowing new players to come in? Do you think this is just he's ascending and it doesn't matter what the meta was looking like, it was just a matter of time?
Yeah, I think you definitely have hit part of the thing is absolutely that the rotation has allowed a lot of new players to come in. But I also feel like there has been renewed interest in cards. I mean we have mobile release recently, so that could be attributing to part of it. Yeah, it looks like we've seen a lot of new faces, especially in top 6, which is a pretty small group of people usually that attain top 6 on a regular basis. And just looking at this month, looking at last month, we've seen a lot of new faces in top 6, and I'm excited to see more new faces.
Yeah, and I mean, it, also there's this pool of players who are in the top 38 who maybe aren't making top 6, but they're consistently getting into qualifiers. And Corn Guy is maybe not one of those players who's very consistently in top 38. Sometimes he just doesn't play on ladder because, I mean, he has a job, he has a family. He can't play cards like, 40 hours a week. But, making it into qualifiers, bare minimum position essentially, and just absolutely crushing it and making it here to top 8. So let's take a look at the player profiles, because for one, I'm very curious to see how many games Corn Guy actually had. First up, we have Lao Mao, who played 1,089 games last month. Wow.
That is way more than we normally see. Absolutely.
I believe that is the most we have seen since we switched to monthly stats. 1,089. That is
Yeah,
the
the
than double.
64% win rate, it's pretty high, as we see from a lot of these players. Finishing second last season. So yeah, really cool to see somebody, as you said earlier, come out of nowhere and hit second on the ladder. That's really impressive to see.
And there's something about this many games, and just looking at the win rate of 64, yes, it's the lowest we've seen out of the 3 players. I mean, first of all, just compared to the 50-50 win rate, which is what you should have, 64 is already so much higher than that. But also, that doesn't say what the win rate is in, say, like the last 150 games or the last 200 games. Because we've never seen him before, maybe Lao Mao is a relatively new player, started at like a 50-55% win rate, played 500 games at that win rate, and just improved, saw what other people were playing, switch cards around, switch their play around, and then they finished second on the season.
Yeah,
So
I
this is
have
just
no idea, but if you have played 10,089 matches in the last month, I would say that it's a pretty solid bet that you have a very good idea of the meta and what's going on. So we'll get into their decks in just a second.
first we need to see one guy's player profile. Guy having 303 matches, now by far the lowest amount out of the players we have seen today. I absolutely just want to take a minute to admire that picture Corn Guy submitted. Absolutely rocking that. But looking at Corn Guy, look at the just precision of this. I fired less matches than the other players, just 300, but at a 73% win rate. I believe this is the highest we've seen so far. It's at least very similar to the number we saw from Gorky, and it gets him 28th. He just says, you know what, I don't have the time to play all of these games, so I'm just going to play a handful of games, and I'm just going to crush the games that I do play. And of course, we see his favorite card being Rule the Skies. If you've ever talked to Corn Guy, he will talk to you about the wonders of Japan Air. However, his most played this season was Germany, which is very interesting to see. Actually, Germany is not a nation we typically see for people's most played. I believe that is German-Japan discard that he's been playing a lot of, but I mean, we'll have to see. So let's take a look at their decks to see what these two players are bringing to this tournament. So you want to walk us through Corn Guy's decks, Starry?
Sure. So Corn Guy's first deck is a US-Italy ramp list, and this is similar to the list that we just saw come from Tiger. It's playing those M4A1s, kind of anticipating how difficult they are to deal with for discard decks and other decks that are heavy on removal. What I really like about this US-Italy list is that the US elements are good at combating the front line, either with like stuff like Fifth Rangers being able to come out and surprise your opponent, making favorable trades in the front line, and stuff like P47D being able to destroy a random unit in the front line, while Italy kind of takes care of the back line with stuff like Decima and Naval Engagement. And so I think that these two nations really balance each other out in this ramp list and create a sort of cohesive strategy. Then we have a Soviet Japan self-damage list, which a lot of players have been running, but they've been running different lists. So Corn Guy's list has Pelyakov, which some people have been playing, some people have not. Obviously, there's a trade-off. Denying your opponent's deployment effects means that you don't get your own deployment effects. It's a symmetrical card. And we don't see the stand together that some people have been playing. Stand together, because KB3 can't be pinned or attacked by air units and it gets blitz, it makes it a really difficult tool for Japan Germany discard to deal with, as a lot of their removal comes either in the form of their bombers like Aichi or through pin effects through surprise attack. And so Corn Guy is not using those stand togethers, so it seems like this list is more designed to deal with aggressive decks, as we know that self-damage has an extremely good matchup against stuff like Jagro when piloted by competent players. And then the last deck is the pretty standard Japan-Germany discard, which has been getting more homogenized, and all the little variations are getting worked out, and it seems like players are pretty much figuring out the most optimal way to play the deck. In the past month, we've seen a lot of people switch to Kokra's Sword, as Kokra's Sword is extremely hard to deal with in control mirror matches, and we can see it right there in Corn Guy's list. So that Kokra's Sword is kind of a new inclusion from previous OCCs, but it is extremely hard to deal with.
Yeah, we really have seen this. We saw a lot of discard in the previous clash in the ultimate, but it's really become refined over the last month of ladder. And really, the big debate I know that's happening now in Japan German discard is: do you run Maelstrom or do you run Bonsai? I'm firmly in the Bonsai camp, so seeing Corn Guy here with the Maelstrom, no Bonsai. That to me, that's certainly is something going against him, but at the end of the day, it is a meta call. And let's take a look at the decks of Lao Mao to see if that meta call is going to work out. And I just want to take a moment to recognize that Lao Mao, 1,000 games, second on ladder. So you think they're going to come in here with the most refined meta lists ever? And if you just very surface level look at their decks, they have Japan German discard, they have US midrange, and they have Britain air. But that is not the full story. Let's get into these decks one by one. So first up, you have Japan German discard. However, if you actually look at the deck, the only discard in the deck is these two annihilations. And what he makes up for, what he replaces the other discard deck cards that are typically in this deck for, is two Night Hunters, which I'm not sure we have seen in an OCC since Dion's countermeasure list. Plus he has two Maelstroms, on top of Bonsai, so really doubling down on the board clears, plus 2 sneak attacks, and a copy of Empire of the Sun. So Lao Mao with this deck is really, really going all in on the removal. And then as the sort of primary win condition of this deck, he has Last Rites. He, of course, has Kika. But interestingly, he doesn't have Shiden. So at first, you might be thinking, well, he's just going for a bonus strategy. But if you also take a look at this deck, he also doesn't have Kawanishi, which is very, very interesting. But he does have 4 copies of Diplomatic Attaché. So it seems like it's a burn deck, but without really completely differently than how burn decks have been typically built in the past. So maybe he's going more for a fatigue strategy. But we will just have to see how he plays this deck. Then we go over to the US deck, which I refer to as US midrange. And if you look at exclusively the US, it does look a lot like US midrange. He has the Combat Engineers, the Red Devils, of course, the Shermans, the Skytrains, the Hellcats, the Fifth Rangers, the We Can Do It. However, this is not German ally. This is Japan ally with 33rd Recon and Scouting Party for additional draw. Aichi, everybody loves Aichi right now. Aichi is such an incredibly powerful card. 24th Cavalry for additional cards to take the front line with and additional draw. And then last but not least, 2 copies of Naval Supply One for a bit of a finisher to replace Blitzkrieg, and Dragon Slayer, another very, very popular card in the meta. So this is brand new. I've not seen anybody play in US Japan midrange since the expansion came out, and this is very heavy on the new expansion cards, especially from the Japan slots. And then we finish off with what I refer to as Britain-Japan Air, and that is technically one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it would be Britain-Japan Spitfire, because this is in fact the first time we have seen Spitfire in an OCC, I think even in a tournament altogether, at least on stream. And this is using the new refit card that was recently added in a skirmish, which it's 1 credit allows you to either draw a Spitfire from your deck or for 1 credit give a Spitfire on the board blitz. And in combination with Burst of Fire, 2 copies of it, which is give a fighter +1 attack and fury, he is going to be able to output an incredible amount of damage that Spitfire traditionally didn't have. Now, the rest of the deck is pretty standard Spitfire stuff. You have your ground crews and then all of the Spitfires, with the idea of just trying to cheat out large fighters early in the game with cards like Fortification to try to make up for the fact that playing large fighters. Not a lot of anything else. However, this new double refit plus double finest hour plus double burst of fire means that Lao Mao at any point in the game is going to be able to burst out easily 14 damage, if not more, from hand on top of any additional units on board that can attack. So this is very, very scary deck, and very, very interesting to see Lao Mao with just this incredibly bizarre off-meta choices all across the board for a player with 1,000 games. Now, I'm very curious, were these 1,000 games with these decks? Or was it just 1,000 games with Jaguar like everyone else? And then he had all of these in the back pocket to throw people off for his first tournament experience. Either way, we'll have to jump into the games and see for ourselves just what Lao Mao is going to be able to do with this lineup. Yeah, if he wins, I would dare say even if he wins just this matchup, I think he's going to make a name for himself with this lineup. And here, we see the bans, Corn Guy getting his US-Italy deck banned. That is quite interesting from me. Lao Mao choosing to leave up the Japan-German discard. And then on the flip side, Corn Guy banning Lao Mao's Japan-German control, I suppose would be a more fair way of
I
referring
think
to
that's
that deck.
fair.
And I like that ban from Corn Guy. It's the closest to meta list, probably. And it's certainly a deck that is capable of winning against anything Corn Guy has. So just taking that off the table and hoping Lao Mao's more out there decks are out there for a reason.
Yeah, I think that it's something that I am concerned about is Corn Guy's ability to deal with the Spitfire deck under the condition that he has to win with self-damage. I think that winning self-damage against his Spitfire deck is going to be really difficult, as a lot of the Spitfire cards are based on like getting an early Spitfire, but not necessarily through playing units. And if your opponent doesn't play early units and the first units they're playing are like giant, it can be difficult for self-damage to get off the ground fast enough. So I think that Corn Guy is really going to have to win with the card list against the Spit list. What do you think about that?
I mean, yeah, I think the discard into the Spitfire list is going to be a very interesting matchup because the discard does not run a ton of guards, and also the healing the island defense. You're really only going to be wanting to play that if you're below 10 to get the 10 end of the card draw, which means if Lao Mao can stick a Spitfire for 1 turn, attack phase for 6 damage, drop him to 14, that means for the rest of the game, Kornkai has to be worried about Spitfire refit, Burst of Fire lethal. And that obviously he's going to be able to discard chunks of that, but there's double Lend-Lease in that Spitfire deck as well, so it's not like he can try to have a certain chance of going after the card draw. But game 1 is going to be this US-Japan mid-range into the self-damage of Corn Guy, which is definitely the matchup Corn Guy wanted for this self-damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Corn Guy, what's notable about Lao Mao's deck is that if you're going Japan ally, you'd expect to be, especially in like an aggressive to mid-range style strategy, you'd expect to see cards like 15th Cavalry and Bicycle Regiment. But Lao Mao in the 1-cost Japanese infantry slot, for which you have a million options, is only running Recon. So Lao Mao is leaning more into the US aggressive elements and is using the Japan like air elements like Aichi and Dragon Slayer, which I just find really interesting.
It might be a meta call against credit denial and discard, because recons against credit denial, their main way of clearing your board is with the supply shortage, which is going to draw recon twice. And then against discard, they've really cut out 7 strikes, especially in the Japan-German variety. So if these recons can try to get some extra draw against those decks. And we see Corn Guy goes for an aggressive 456th push-up. It gets punished by the 5th Rangers. However, he has pretty firm control of the front line now. His hand is lacking these removal orders, though.
Yeah, these first couple of turns have been absolutely blitzed out by both players. We're already on turn 5. And Corn Guy is threatening to drop a Dragon Slayer at some point, which is going to be rather difficult for Lao Mao to deal with. But if Lao Mao can keep applying pressure like he is, then Corn Guy might not actually have the chance to drop that Dragon Slayer.
And Lao Mao goes for the 25th Cavalry push-up. I'm not a huge fan of this play because it gets very hard punished by Winter Warfare, which is exactly what we see Corn Guy going for here. That is going to take out the 25th Cavalry, is going to take out the 5th Rangers. Now, Corn Guy looking like he's going to push up and play an SU most likely. If he does do that, it is going to allow Lao Mao to immediately remove this 456, so I'm not a huge fan of this play. You are sacrificing your 456 for a 2-for-1. But at this point, should you be playing for value, or should you be playing for trying to get the most out of these 456 in the support line? I suppose he is worried about cards like Half Track if he keeps it around too long.
It is worth noting, I actually did make a mistake. I did not see these stand togethers in Corn Guy's list, but Corn Guy is playing at least one stand together. So that is a potential, a nice finisher. Allows you to play, if you have enough credits to play that 34th cards, turn it into a KV2, and blitz it into the front line and deal 7 damage to your opponent. Or 6 damage to your opponent.
Now we see Corn Guy picking up the 34th guys with Dukov. That's exactly what he wants, because his hand is starting to run low. Especially looking at just how reactive Lao Mao's hand is. He has the Half Track, the Hellcat, the 25th Cavalry, all capable of doing stuff immediately. Plus the Naval Supply run Red Devils and Unity is Strength to try to put out more pressure for himself. Dragon Slayer comes down, it is going to have to be retreated, which isn't wonderful. Especially considering that it is just going to be in the way for this Aichi. And Corn Guy with Partisans, this isn't an amazing option currently. He's instead most likely just going to put a 34th in the front line. And actually chooses against that, wants to get the Dragon Slayer back down. keep this bomber from attacking. However, it does open up the front line for the likes of Sherman or 99th.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea of like paralyzing this Aichi by replaying the Dragon Slayer, but unfortunately it didn't work out because, as you said, giving up the front line, it was kind of a lose-lose situation there. Either you give it up, which allowed that buff from the 99th, or you can protect from the Aichi, but like was kind of just a unfortunate situation to be in.
Yeah, and here we see Corn Guy can remove both units. Well, he can remove the 99th with partisans on the Aichi and then send Aichi back to hand. It's not an amazing play because you're not anything else on board, but it stops Sherman. It gets rid of this Aichi, which is by far the opponent's biggest threat on board.
Yeah, if you can remove the Aichi, Lao Mao is honestly really, really low on cards here, and with cards like Partisans are super high value, and so if you can manage to capitalize on that value, then I do think that you have a pretty good chance.
And that might... It's not quite game over, but certainly that is the worst card in Lao Mao's hand for him to have been discarded. The Hellcat would have been an easy answer for this KV. Instead, it is going to need to be the Pathfinders plus Unity of Strength.
Yeah, that is going to be the only way to actually get that 5 damage through that pesky 2 heavy armor.
And either way, Corn Guy is going to be able to finish off the game with Partisans on IG plus Winter Warfare, which I think is probably the lethal he saw. Knowing his opponent doesn't have a ton of healing, and if they have healing, it's difficult for them to play it while removing the KV. I really like this from Lao Mao, though. He plays it in a way where he still gets the Pathfinders to become veteran, rather than just playing it first. And here, Corn Guy probably just double-checking the credits.
Yeah, Partisans is not a card that is often seen in self-damage, but it definitely did exactly what it needed to do in this matchup.
Yeah, and they pretty... I don't know if I want to say comfortable win for Corn Guy. I will say Lao Mao's deck played better than I expected. However, I think that's just a rough matchup for no matter what type of US midrange you are. So I don't think it's super fair to judge the deck based on it getting relatively crushed.
I absolutely agree. Yeah, I mean, self-damage is meant pretty specifically to handle decks that are structured similarly to that. Those aggressive to mid-range strategies. There's just so much removal in the self-damage strategies that it's really difficult to keep any unit on the board for any length of time against it.
Lao Mao is... Okay, he switched to the Spitfire deck, and we're already into... We're past the mulligans into game 2. And looking at Lao Mao's hand, immediately doesn't have any Spitfires, which is not really what you want. Versus Corn Guy, again, not really what you want for Corn Guy either. Double 24th Cavalry, starting first. Really bad to the last man's not going to come down for a long time.
Yeah, although they aren't super useful, just the early aggressive start, just to put some kind of pressure on, is useful, especially if your opponent does end up dropping an RAF ground crew. Just to be able to pressure that is nice. Unfortunately, that 61st Infantry is kind of annoying right now for Corn Guy. But hopefully, within the next turn or two, before Mao gets the opportunity to play 2 Spitfires, Corn Guy hopefully will have the opportunity to take care of it.
I suspect we're just going to see the 4-cost Spitfire come down on curve. And Corn Guy can now remove it with the double surprise attacks. Picking up the second Type 94 was very big for him. Instead, he's looking at the case yellow on the RAF ground crew, most likely, and then using the double Type 94s to trade out. This is...
Yeah. I don't hate this play, because it, Corn Guy isn't aware of the fact that Mao is really, really low on actual units. But getting rid of the Spitfire, oh, that's a huge hit.
Yeah, and we see he's Lao Mao's just going for it. This I believe Corn Guy is playing at least one copy of Underfire, which would be a perfect card in this situation to be able to take out both Spitfires. However, that is not what he has in hand, and finds the island defense, but
Yeah. Corn
only
Guy
heals
has
5.
Yeah, Corn Guy has the exact number of credits able to deal with the entire board through air superiority on the ref ground crew, then trade into one of the Spitfires, and then double surprise attack the other. Actually, no, that is. Did I do my math wrong?
Yep, he has the credits to fully remove this board here.
Yep.
It does mean he loses the Aichi, but you are more than willing to accept that if it means dealing with your opponent's full board. And
Yeah, the
surely Corn
biggest
Guy's surprised that.
issue.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. I mean, surely. The only issue for Corn Guy here is that now, without having any of his 24s in the front line and without a removal piece, he is a little bit weak to, a Spitfire on the next turn, but Lao Mao doesn't have the gas that he needs.
Yeah, and we see Lao Mao playing Convoy there, finding some more Spitfires. I would have liked to see him hold back the fortification in hand, just because you're not really at any... You're not in range to be pressured out by anything anytime soon, and having an extra card in hand to be discarded rather than, these Finest Hours, the Spitfires, the additional draw through 61st.
Yeah, Lao Mao is hesitant to burn this refit, which absolutely makes sense. You want to keep your options open until the last opportunity, so either draw the Spitfire when you need it, or keep it just in case you do want to burst something out at some point.
And Annihilation draw seems like it's just right on curve. I mean, saving it to discard these annoying 5/5 Spitfires obviously is something you can do. However, you have to play for tempo. Looking at your hand, you have 2 Blitz cards and a full board clear that you're going to be able to have the credits to play soon. However, looking at Lao Mao's hand, it is just all gas, and Corn Guy, despite being the discard player, is looking like the one who is wishing they had more draw, more cards in hand.
Yeah, one of the dangers of Spitfires when you're playing control is that because there's such a high density of large units, a lot of times your control tools don't actually handle the Spitfires, and so you're left with these control tools, like for example this Maelstrom, that just they don't look super great against Spitfires, and you do have great tools like Annihilation and stuff like that. It's just that there's so few of them that you're not going to be able to keep it up forever, and that's exactly the problem that Corn Guy is running into right now.
Now, Lao Mao chooses to drop a refit just to get the damage in now. This means Corn Guy is going to be able to play the first island defense to get back to 19 health and get another bit of card draw, which is certainly something he's happy about. Here you just surely trade and push up a 24th cavalry. It doesn't feel great. Your opponent's at 29 health. You're not going to be racing him down with a Heian.
The good news is that these deployment effects on the Polish Spitfire have not really been able to go off, as Mao has not really seen a whole lot of infantry this game except for that first RAF ground crew.
I would have liked to see Lao Mao go for the Finest Hour rather than the second refit that turn, since it does, one, the health could just matter. There's situations where that one additional health could matter. But also it means he has one more card in hand, meaning this Lend-Lease is slightly less likely to be discarded. And instead, it's just going to go all in and has lethal. Just second burst of fire, the finest hour, the last Spitfire. He is just going to kill Corn Guy, who went for the Maelstrom clear rather than the 61st. And just, I mean, realistically, if you're Corn Guy, you've seen one burst of fire gone and both refits gone, and your opponent has like 5 cards in hand. Are you really expecting to take 14 from hand? And Lao Mao showing the strength of Spitfires and showing quite a bit of resilience after kind of getting crushed in game 1. And it's going to go to a game 3 situation where it's going to be this US-Japan mid-range versus Corn Guy's Japan-German discard.
What do you think about this matchup? I think that the things that I'm scared of if I'm Corn Guy are the stuff like Unity is Strength coming out and being able to burst through. You know, as you said, Island Defense, you know, you have to be under 10 or under 11 for it to work, and so any sort of burst damage can be threatening to Japan discard.
It's difficult to say immediately, and we see Lao Mao here is on a Soviet France artillery control list of some sort.
Yeah, I believe that they clicked the wrong deck.
It also shows even the 3 kind of wild decks that we've seen them bring to this tournament, they have additional wild decks just in their collection screen, because that looked, at first I thought it was just Soviet France control, but we saw some anti-tank guns in there, which is something we have never really seen outside of artillery. So Lao Mao is really just cooking all over the field with different archetypes, different decks, different nations.
I'd absolutely be curious to know. I don't think we'll ever get the answer, but it would be nice to know, you know, was that one of the decks that Lao Mao was testing to potentially bring to this OCCs? I think it's an interesting question.
In Soviet France control from Tang Tang on the other side of the bracket, so it's definitely a interesting choice to bring. Tang Tang's list did not look like that one. But yeah, going back to the decks that we do have here, Lao Mao's US-Japan list, it does have a lot more draw than the typical US-German mid-range, in the forms of these 24th Cavalries, which draw themselves, very similar to the old 32nd, as well as the Scouting Party and Double Recon, which, as I previously mentioned, there's actually no way in Corn Guy's deck for him to remove them without drawing. So they're all guaranteed at least 1 draw. And that is quite big, just getting any form of replacement, getting deeper into your deck, looking for those Shermans. Now we see Lao Mao has selected the Spitfire deck again. So, and I'm sure if you're Corn Guy, you're quite sad about this, because you actually have the double Type 94s in hand, which is certainly something that you would love to see. So I'm sure we'll...
Yeah. While we're waiting, I think it's hard not to draw the similarities between Lao Mao's US Japan sort of mid-range deck and Tree Pipit's Japan US mid-range deck. They use a lot of the same cards, and like you said, yeah, they're pretty heavy on draw. And Tree Pipit actually did really well against discard because of that draw. And yeah, I'm curious if Lao Mao has been finding success against discard using that draw. It's really cool to see a mid-range deck that has such longevity and yet can also get in the early game like that.
Yeah, I think it might really just come down to how much is Corn Guy able to control the early game, because discard can have those hands where you play like Type 94 into Errado, Type 94, double Air Sup, double Aichi Audacity, and you just absolutely stomp your opponent in the early game. They get nothing on board. They have to expend all of their resources just to answer your board, and then you curve into all of your discard and win the game.
Yeah, on the other hand, sometimes you get stuck with like double Case Yellow or Case Yellow Wolfpack, and you might have 1 removal piece in your opening hand. Yeah, discard can kind of be a little bit inconsistent when it comes to anti-aggro opening hands.
Yeah, and here we are into the correct game, and we see we see the opening hand from Corn Guy. It's quite good. And he has the Raiden Brigade, which I did misspeak earlier. That is the one way he has in his deck. It can only answer one recon, but denying the draw early here is quite good. And it does kind of make me wonder if Lao Mao might have been better suited pushing up the Red Devils last turn instead. I suppose the worry there is a air superiority, which one guy did have access to. So now the two 1-3 units will be pushed up, and they both can be removed with this air superiority plus double trade. And this is kind of exactly what we were talking about, where sometimes this card is just able to crush early openers.
Yeah, and notably this denies the Sherman draw, which is definitely pretty big. Also denies the 99th into some potential favorable trades. Being able to completely clear the front line versus like not clear the front line was a pretty big difference.
This Rangers here is just going to get eaten by the 24th Cavalries. However, it does mean that Lao Mao is going to get his own 24th Cavalries going now, with the Raiden Brigade pushed up. Now here's a very interesting question. Do you go for the recon, knowing that it's guaranteed to draw, it's a unit you can push to the front line at 99 the next turn, and it's quite a good unit to 99th, or do you just go for the IG?
I think the Aichi makes sense because, you know, your opponent has a 24th and they could potentially try and clog the front line, which would deny you the Sherman draw. That's never gonna happen.
And
but
I
yeah,
once again realized that this 33rd weekend could also be killed by Annihilations. Now, normally you wanted to save Annihilations for those Sherman's recon, or those Rangers. However, we could see Corn Guy annihilating this recon for even more draw denial. This card comes in, discarding the second Aichi, which is easily the best card in Lao Mao's hand, just because Corn Guy doesn't have an easy way to deal with these bombers.
That Maelstrom is really freaking huge. It means that Lao Mao is really, really low on cards, and without tools like Martyr Enigma, 22nd, some of the German secondary staples, we'll see if Lao Mao is able to find the draw that he needs to get back into the game.
Corn Guy here can just go for Island Defense, case yellow, remove a unit from board, heal back to full, discard some more. And it is just going to come down to, does Lao Mao have a Sherman in the next 2 to 3 cards of his deck?
Yeah, on one hand, the Aichi does make it difficult to stick any units to the board if you're Corn Guy, but on the other hand, you don't really need to stick any units to the board right now when you're that high up on card advantage.
And the Naval Supply Run pickup, he does get the top deck Sherman, which is going to give him a lifeline in this game. And the Naval Supply Run, you've seen the Maelstrom gone, and you've seen the only island defense that we know is in Corn Guy's hand gone. Unfortunately, he does not have the correct positioning to play around Underfire. So he is going to be losing potentially both of these units if Corn Guy wants to go for the double type 94 here. I would rather see the IG being kept alive, so you can go for the Rangers, or sorry, the Cavalry to take out the Devils in the front line. Instead, he's going to remove the IG and get his own IG down onto the board.
Yeah, against Japan, you have the bombing rate to worry about and the underfire to worry about, and sometimes like the positioning for one means that you are mispositioned for the other. But I think that you know, bombing rate really was not getting the 2 damage on the HQ is really not discard's priority. So playing around the underfire is definitely much more important than playing around the bombing rate in a case like that.
Now here is Corn Guy, he's out of discard in hand. He doesn't have these huge threats, but what he does have is just really good draw and decent cards. If Lao Mao is able to get in a bit more damage, Corn Guy just has another island defense, which acts as draw, and 10 healing is very difficult to understate at this point in the game. But on top of that, he just has this high end, one more 24th Cavalry, 25th Cavalry, as well as the 61st, which acts as a little bit more draw, and another Naval Supply Run. not
That's
really
really
what you
not what you want
want,
to see.
but he'll
Not
probably
at
go
all.
through both here. So since that way you limit the amount of card draw you're missing out on. And if you're corn guy here, you can just clear the front line pretty easily. And then the unit in the support line, it's not a US card, and even if it was a US card, you don't have to worry about your opponent potentially flying Sherman. Instead, he goes for the Shenana, which is quite a risky play. It kind of worked out for him. It still allows him to clear the front line without using the Annihilation, which could potentially be a bit of a waste.
So Corn Guy is in a really nice position here because after clearing Lao Mao's unit, we're just gonna be able to see a Hien that's gonna hit and put a really quick clock. And with the removal in Corn Guy's hand, it's gonna be really difficult for Lao Mao to actually get any units to stick on the board. And so that clock is probably... I'd be really surprised if it wasn't enough to secure the game here.
I would love to see a Audacity Annihilation just to both units as well as the card, because giving your opponent 2 draws does allow a potential Blitz US unit Sherman into something comeback. However, just looking at this, we know that's not going to happen, and this is going to be lethal. From Corn Guy coming out, knocking Lao Mao out of the tournament in 8th place, so he's still going to pick up his 8 points. And even without winning this, I think he has made a name for himself, or at the very least a name for his decks. These are decks to consider. I definitely don't think any of his decks were incredibly weak. And that's saying something for somebody who brought 3 of their completely owned decks, brand new decks, coming into a tournament for the first time. So very impressive showing from Lao Mao. However, it's not enough to overcome the veteran Corn Guy on the more tried and true tested decks. So Corn Guy is going to be moving on to the semifinals. And let's see the bracket. Hopefully we will have some of the results. Well, the bracket will be coming up in a second. That just needs to be updated. But having seen 2 of these quarterfinals here today, is there anything you think that this says about the meta? Or do you think this just isn't a big enough sample size?
I think that the fact that Spitfires were able to come in and actually win their game was really, really cool. I would be curious to see if Spitfires are potentially viable in the future meta. I don't think it's been explored really at all, which you attested to yourself. So it is great when we see like one new tool could, potentially create more deck diversity, which is always great, always makes things more fun to watch, more fun to play. So really cool that they got like one new tool, and that one new tool was what won them the game.
Yeah. And here we see the bracket. We have the results from Bezio versus Tang Tang. It went to game 3, but we did have Bezio getting the revenge over Tang Tang and moving on to the semifinals, where he will play against Corn Guy. We still don't quite have the results from Chaos versus Saber Lot yet. But from Gorky versus Tiger and Corn Guy versus Lao Mao, we saw the more meta lists definitely winning out over the sort of counter lists from Tiger, the triple ramp, and the custom homebrew lists from Lao Mao. And from what I remember, I believe Bezio has a pretty standard meta list as well. So we are definitely seeing, now that we're almost 2 months into this new expansion, this new meta, lists starting to refine down, the number of playable decks starting to refine down. But Lao Mao definitely showed us there's a ton of room for more experimentation. And that's really exciting. You know, it's not just Jagro, Soviet France, and Air every single game. Even within the meta lists, there's Jagro, or there's Japan Discard, there's German Discard, or there's Heinz, there's Credit Denial, or there's Air. You know, there's options for each nation, there's options and archetypes, plus there's stuff people might not even have discovered yet.
Absolutely.
All right, so with that, we will be headed to a short break, and after that, we will be back with the semifinals. So don't go anywhere, and we will see you in a little bit.
Welcome back, everybody, to the August OCC Clash, where our next matchup we're going to see is going to be Bezio versus Corn Guy. And since we haven't seen Bezio yet, let's take a look at his player profile. So Bezio also had a really huge number of games, not quite at 1,000, but 826 with 601 wins, making for a 72.7% win rate, finishing in third place. That is an insane win rate, and we see Starry, would you help me out with the pronunciation of this card?
Yeah, so I love that Vizio's profile picture is standing in front of the Polish destroyer Błyskawica, which is a museum ship in Poland. So really cool that we get to see both the in-person and cards representation. They are almost in the same angle. They're pretty cool.
Right, and if we can take a look at Bezio's lineup to see what we're getting into in this matchup. Right, so Bezio is playing a self-damage list with Japan Minor, running that sorry, my brain just took a little break for a moment there. Running the Key 45 Dragon Slayer is what I wanted to say. We've really seen that card become a huge meta staple, and it's found its way into the self-damage list. We are also he is also running a Japan, Germany, Jagro list. And Betsio is only running 2 copies of expansion. We've seen 4 copies of expansion in other lists, and that's a pretty huge difference between the amount of draw you're running between 2 and 4. So we'll see how that works out. He does have 2 martyrs as well to make up for a little bit of that lost draw. And finally, we have a Britain Japan air list, just sort of classic air, with close air support, swordfish, gladiators, which we have not seen for quite some time with the loss of HMS Illustrious and the Empire Strikes. I've tried to play a little bit of air, and it is really hard to make work, at least on ladder when you've lost these cards. He has replaced the Empire Strikes a little bit with 1 copy of Supply Shortage, but that doesn't carry a whole lot of weight. So we'll have to see how this works out. Next up, we have Corn Guy's lineup, which we can take a little bit of a refresher on for anyone who's recently joined. Starry, would you take this away?
Yeah, absolutely. So Corn Guy's first deck is a US-Italy ramp, which is playing obviously all of the important ramp pieces like War Machine and Hour of Need. What makes this Italy ally so good for ramp right now, especially US main ramp, is that you get all of this backline hate, like Decima and Naval Engagement, and then using cards like Fifth Rangers and P47D 25RE, quite a tongue-twisting name. You can also sort of control the front line, and so the backline hate and the frontline hate sort of mesh together pretty well to form one cohesive strategy. The next deck that Corn Guy is playing is a Soviet Japan self-damage list, which looks really, really similar to Bezio's list. The one difference that I noticed was that Bezio is relying on, I believe the name of the card is 39th Guards. I know the number is 39th, but it is the 5-cost 5/5 that takes control of a unit with cost 2 or less, which could serve problems in the mirror, especially if Corn Guy gets a 456 guards or 456 infantry that gets too big. Its cost always remains 2 no matter how big it gets. And other than that, Corn Guy is playing 1 copy of Petyakov, which is a double-headed sword, or a double-bladed sword, 2-edged sword. I'm not sure what the saying is, but it removes both your deployment effects and your opponent's deployment effects. And so it's really just a gamble, or maybe more of a calculated decision. Is it worth taking away my opponent's deployment effects for my own deployment effects? And lastly, we have a Japan-Germany discard list, which is pretty standard in the current meta. As Jking so nicely pointed out for us, one of the most important decisions to make for pilots of the deck right now is whether to rely on 1 copy of Maelstrom or on Bonsai, and Corn Guy decided on Maelstrom. And so the Maelstrom is going to deal 4 damage to all of the non-veteran units, which is great for dealing with stuff with low defense but high attack totals. But Bonsai is good for the opposite, dealing with stuff that has low attack and high defense totals. And other than that, we noticed the 1 copy of Kokura's Sword, which many Japan discard players have been moving into over the past month. Kokura's Sword is extremely good in mirrors due to its inability to be gotten rid of in a game that I was playing with it, even after the unit was bounced to hand. After the unit that spawns off of the destruction trigger on Kokura's Sword, even after the unit was bounced to hand, when it comes back, it still has that destruction trigger, so it's really nearly impossible to deal with a Kokura's Sword in a control mirror match. But yeah, curious to see how these matches will turn out.
All right, thank you for that, Starry. And now that we've taken a look at the decks, let's see what bans we've got. We have Betsio losing his Britain deck, and Corn Guy losing his Japan deck. So, Starry, do you have any thoughts on these bans?
I am kind of surprised to not see the self-damage list gotten rid of, as it has such a good matchup against Jagro. And sorry, I should specify. I'm surprised to see Corn Guy's self-damage list not banned, because if Corn Guy bans the air list, which is a really bad matchup for self-damage, then Bizio's other decks are a self-damage mirror match and Jagro into self-damage, which seems really not super great. So yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see Corn Guy's discard being taken out, but it does make sense. You know, discard is a really, really strong deck. Kind of the meta standard right now, the deck that you expect to see.
Yeah,
What do you think?
I think perhaps Bezio didn't expect his Brit Air to be banned, seeing as it's such an unpopular deck recently. And if you don't expect your Brit Air to be banned, maybe you expect your Jagro to be banned because you were thinking of banning the self-damage. That's a little bit of a string of logic you have to follow, but I think that
That makes sense.
Bezio anticipated something a little different coming through with these bans.
Yeah, that definitely seems like the case.
I, for one, am a little sad that we don't get to see how Brit Air performs. I know it hasn't been too long, but I miss it already. I might be the only person to say that.
Yeah.
I I I do like Air. I am glad that it got toned down, but I'm also glad that it still has enough game that somebody is willing to consider bringing it to a tournament, right?
Yeah, I
And
agree with that. That definitely is a reasonable statement. So, you know, it seems like the bans didn't go exactly how Bezio was hoping for. What do you think Bezio was expecting to see banned? Any
um,
ideas?
I think maybe he was just expecting Jagro to be banned. Sorry, not Jagro. I think he might have just been expecting wait, yes, Jagro. It is what I want to say. I think he was expecting Jagro to be banned because he would think Corn Guy would think he's banning the self damage because of that counter matchup. Um, it gets really complicated once you're bringing these decks that have counters and also really good matchups, and that is a
That
little bit
is
of a
a
scary hand from
great.
Corn Guy.
Yeah, I mean, having the Winter Warfare automatically in your hand, don't even need the mulligan for it, puts a stop to all of those one-drop infantries that Jagger player might be throwing out. And the fact that you can follow it up with a turn 2 and turn 3 guard unit, I am curious to see what Bezio has. If Bezio can manage to get either some Sendais or maybe like a raiding brigade, you know, you might be able to sneak away with the game, especially if you can put down some units that aren't going to die to that Winter Warfare. Like, it looks like Bezio is thinking about keeping this Aichi, maybe even keeping the Dina, and he looks like he's decided that he wants to keep the Key 83. So opting for some of those beefier units, so as not to get blown out by those Bloody Sickles and Winter Warfares, definitely makes sense in this matchup.
Yeah, he's really completely going the other way from what you normally keep in Jagro, which I think can work out for you. It's also a little scary in other ways, losing out on this aggressive start. It sort of depends on the hand that the self-damage deck ends up getting. For example, because we don't see the Bloody Sickles, it might have ended up better for Bezio if he had committed a one drop. But of course, it is hard for Bezio to have any idea about that because, of course, Corn Guy would keep any Bloody Sickles he found.
So I think there's two key things that are going in Bezio's favor, despite the fact that it's not a great matchup. One is this Aichi. This Aichi, you know, is kind of difficult to get rid of at this point. And two is that Vizio drew both of the expansions. As you said, there are only two in Vizio's deck, and he got them both early, which means the Corn Guy might struggle if trading 1-for-1 using removal cards like Red Dawn. If Corn Guy can't figure out a way to trade better than 1-for-1, Vizio might just have the card advantage to make Corn Guy's day not so great.
Yeah, and that also goes along with this Dina as well. Corn Guy opting not to play the 456 in Red Dawn. I find that a little surprising.
Yeah, as it is, the Red Dawn plus the two Winter Warfares is enough to kill either the Dragon Slayer or the Key 83, which, you know, would need to die shortly after coming down, but you cannot afford to spend 3 of your 5 cards on one air unit, and especially if Bezio doesn't overextend, that would be very, very bad for Corn Guy. And there it is.
Oh, and the third Winter Warfare. Not exactly what you want to see. You really would have hoped to find something else. Maybe a 34th guards here would have been nice. Although with the nerf to 7 credits that happened so long ago, you wouldn't be able to play it on the same turn.
So Corn Guy did have to use the 3-for-2 and is left with a very paltry hand, but the one thing going for him is that he does have a 4-4 guard. But with those 2 expansions in Vizio's hand, I would be surprised if that was enough to overcome the oncoming wave of units that Vizio is about to launch over the next couple turns.
Yeah, the one thing Bezio might have going for him is that I can't imagine he will ever play around the third Winter Warfare.
Yeah, Corn Guy could use it now.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's a
opting to use it after playing the uh T80, T60, T80. Because of does Corn Guy play counteroffensive? Let me check real quick. No, he doesn't. So I'm kind of confused about why he did that.
maybe just a small tilted play, already deciding that the game is over, which looks to be the case, looking at Bezio's hand here.
Yeah, gotta get the draw first, for sure.
And I believe this is lethal for Bezio. Yeah, with the 35T and the Type 93. 6 damage. Easy and clean. And that's game 1 for Bezio. And a
Yeah,
quick one
winning
at
an
that.
unlikely matchup, but yeah, the value train for Jagro was enough to get there.
Yeah, and he did really well on the mulligan to play around what self-damage does. He really showed the skill expression in that matchup. So extremely
Absolutely.
well done to Bezio.
Yeah, not throwing away your forecast, Key 83, not throwing away your Dina. I mean, Dina's not a card that you want to keep all that often because it's so slow. But yeah, no, in that matchup, it definitely was really good. So now we're gonna see ramp against self damage. I want to say that this is Ramp's game, as in Ramp is favored, just due to the small number of units that self-damage plays. A lot of the cards in self-damage's deck are removal pieces, and so they actually have a pretty low unit density for a mid-range deck. And when you have cards like attacking the colonies to deal with the SUs and random destruction effects. I want to say that this is more likely for ramp. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say that ramp has a favor in this matchup, although it's certainly playable for self damage. And this is the sort of hand that Betsia wants to see. I mean, you'd love to see some 34th guards as well, but these SUs really let you put a lot of pressure on in the early game, which is one of Ramp's main weaknesses. So seeing two of them is a nice little pickup here for Bezio. Corn Guy does have an answer for at least one of them with this Lion for a Day. But if you play a Lion for a Day on an SU, that's a Lion for a Day that's not hitting a 34th guards or
Yeah,
a Dragon
alternatively,
Slayer.
yeah, those are definitely targets that you kind of need to save the lion for. But alternatively, you can hope that you can get a United We Stand plus trade with the milk truck into the SU, but that requires two things. One is that BZU doesn't use the red dawns on the milk truck, and two, that the 456 doesn't get pushed up.
Now we have a bit of a a key decision here for Bezio. Whether he plays the key Dragon Slayer or if he plays the SU. It's hard to say which is better in this scenario. Probably the key is better in this scenario because of the P47D in Corn Guy's hand, which destroys a random unit in the front line, making this Aryan a bit stronger. But SU applies a lot of pressure, as mentioned before. It's really good with the 456.
Yeah, given that Corn Guy is so far away from cards like Naval Engagement, Deichima, stuff like that, I kind of would have liked to see the Dragon Slayer and that SU did get punished, but I don't think that Biju's play was incorrect for sure.
Yeah, there's also a lot of trouble that ramp can have if you put too many things in the front line sometimes. There's not a lot of these effects like the P47D that Corn Guy has in his hand. So it makes a lot of sense to go with SU or the key Dragon Slayer. And a bunch of 7 Falpinis here for Corn Guy, which are really good at helping him stabilize.
Yeah, and with the inclusion of the 1x field hospital, I was kind of skeptical of it when I saw it in the list. But in combination with these Alpinis, it's going to be extremely difficult for Bezio to push through them.
Yeah, he can theoretically deal with one from hand with Winter Warfare and double Red Dawn, but you're also dealing 1 damage to your key, which lets it die to the M4A1, or just die when it trades into a 7 Falpini. So it's all a little bit awkward for Bezio here.
Yeah, Bezio does have the option of even looking to play a KB1 over the next couple turns. The only issue with that is that although it creates a threat that does have to be answered, it also doesn't really prevent the Alpini from moving into the front line, and it also is kind of weak to stuff like naval engagement.
I would imagine we probably see a trade and a 456 and a Red Dawn here for Bezio. It's not ideal. You would obviously far prefer to have a sickle in this situation, but when you're playing self-damage, you have to work with what you have, and sometimes it just doesn't quite line up how you need it to.
Yeah, the one saving grace of that, the one silver lining to that scenario is that it does allow you to play the island defense, which
No! Winter Warfare before trading with the Dragon Slayer. Oh, that can't be what Betsio meant to do.
It is certainly unexpected, to say the least.
And letting the milk truck trade into the T80. Oh no. Not like
because of
this.
that, Bizio is really low on cards now, and with the B17 coming down, it's gonna be it threatens the HQ, it threatens any units that are put down. It's looking really rough.
Oh man. Well, perhaps Betsio would have felt bad with a 2-0 and wants to give Corn Guy one win to make him feel better.
Yep.
And self-damage is not really equipped to deal with these high health targets. Your removal is designed for the early game, and once your opponent starts playing
3 damage to a unit that doesn't die to 3 damage is eventually going to get yourself outvalued. So we're gonna go into a game 3, and it is going in true fashion of a mirror match. We have the exact same start from both players. So Bizio is probably deciding, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming that Bizio is thinking, how do I get rid of this recon without giving my opponent 2 draws out of it?
Yeah, you can hope for that. You can also hope that your opponent needs to spend 1 credit to trade themselves. Corn Guy ends up using a Bloody Sickle, which is not optimal efficiency in this matchup.
It would have been nice to see a 34th cards off of the Zhukov instead of the 456. So that as Corn Guy is looking to remove his opponent's units, you know, it would have its cost reduced, but luckily he does manage to find the 34th cards off the top.
Corn Guy deciding that he needs to deal with that 456 right away, which is quite fair. It can really run away with a game if you let it get out of hand. Although playing a Winter Warfare into your opponent's recon without a recon for yourself is always a pretty feels bad moment in this matchup.
Yeah, Corn Guy did need to, or at least felt the need to get the 456 out of the 3 defense range, as it would die to a Red Dawn, and that would be not super great. But it still dies to like Red Dawn plus Sickle, which when your opponent has that many cards in hand, pretty. It's more likely that they have it than they don't, you know? So.
Yeah, the other option for Corn Guy on that last turn would probably be the Key Dragon Slayer. And hope that your opponent doesn't have 5 damage from hand, which is certainly possible with double Red Dawns or some combinations of Winter Warfare and Bloody Sickle. And if you do that and your opponent doesn't have the removal, you're able to trade into 456, but it is a difficult play to go for when you have the opportunity to just lose on the spot.
So notably, Corn Guy does have a copy of Naval Brigade in the deck, whereas Bizio does not. And so if Corn Guy can find that Naval Brigade, it might be a really good answer to one copy of Bizio's 34th cards, but that still does leave 3 more to deal with.
Well, and also this Partisans can deal with two 34th guards with one card, and that can be an absolutely huge game-deciding pickup if Corn Guy finds a Partisans.
Yeah, if Corn Guy can hit Partisans, steal a unit, trade the unit, then play stand together, especially if, you know, the Partisans would have to be on an infantry, probably the 34th guards. But if that exact scenario does arise for Corn Guy, that is a huge value swing and tempo swing.
Absolutely. And you need some of that value if you're going to come back against this hand from Besio going second. It is nice having the Yak drawing you a few extra cards as well.
Yeah, if Vizio had a copy of Lunar Warfare, the game would probably be over on the next turn, as that SU plus a Lunar Warfare into the counteroffensive is a lot of damage. Corn Guy is not running any counteroffensives, and so opportunity for burst.
And we also saw Besio, he did hold back a 34th guards, maybe thinking about this upcoming ability for Corn Guy to find Partisans and not wanting to have one 34th in the front line and one in the back line.
Yeah, a reminder that if you normally Partisans takes your opponent's unit and puts it in your support line, but if they only have one unit in the front line and that's the unit that you target, then you take control of the front line.
Yes. Now these are some hard turns.
Yeah, that Dragon Slayer from Corn Guy is super nice. The problem is that V0 is just gonna be able to trade out and use the SU to trade out with the Dragon Slayer.
Yeah, and it looks like this Yak 7 is gonna keep grinding out more and more value potentially. And an unanswered Yak 7 is such a huge issue. This really seems like Besio is betting on Corn Guy not having one damage from hand in all these cards, and he's right. But man, what a risk to take into something like Winter Warfare, Bloody Sickle.
So the stand together trade is going to leave Corn Guy's KV at 1 health. I would say that Corn Guy is making the same bet, except that it's not really a bet. You kind of have to, or else you're dead to any number of things. One of which is counteroffensive, which is in fact in Vizio's hand.
And Besio can deal 9 damage this turn with a counteroffensive and bring Corn Guy to 3. Although that's a very risky proposition when Island Defense is a card.
Yeah. Corn Guy is effectively at 1 less health than is shown, as Yak is always going to do 1 damage at the start of every turn, so Vizio only needs to find 11.
Yeah, although I expect Besio might be trading out this Yak this turn. He knows that there's no Sickles and no Winter Warfares in Corn Guy's hand, because he certainly would have played it last turn. And another scouting party. Just it's a good card, and it's good in the matchup, but it's really just so slow here.
And it doesn't prevent your opponent from threatening lethal, which, you know, every turn that passes means more cards for Vizio, more ways to find lethal. Yeah, opting instead to make sure that Bizio can't get in with the SU this turn.
I feel like Corn Guy maybe needed to take the scouting party risk because you prevent lethal this turn, but how can you prevent the threat of lethal next turn without the card draw to find removal off of scouting party?
Yeah, I think that's a very good point.
However, if Corn Guy finds a Winter Warfare off the top and you double scouting party Winter Warfare, and probably killing this SU, that would obviously be absolutely massive. And drawing 5 additional cards.
Yeah, that would definitely put Corn Guy back in the game. But that T80 is not what you want to see off the top. That T80 really doesn't do anything in this position. It doesn't prevent lethal. It doesn't draw you cards. It doesn't remove your opponent's threats. Well.
Well, it's not lethal.
Yeah, would that have been lethal otherwise? Wait, hold up. Hold up. So with the counteroffensive, oh yeah, I see. Yeah, so you can't Winter Warfare without killing SU.
Yes.
But you have
Because
to
you're
Winter
only
Warfare to get
tank.
the big. But you have to Winter Offensive to get, or Winter Warfare to get the value counteroffensive.
Ooh. There's the partisans.
Yeah, and Corn Guy is using that engineers to buy himself the time that he needs to get that partisans, because otherwise, it is not gonna happen. But is 23 enough to prevent that counteroffensive next turn? So counteroffensive is gonna be giving. Oh, okay, that changes things.
Yeah, this is surely enough defense. Because counteroffensive only offers an additional 6 damage this turn. And with 8 damage on the board, 8 plus 6 is a 14. So 6 off lethal. Or 5 off lethal because of the 1 damage from the Winter Warfare. That's if you
Yeah,
attack with the 5/1 first, and then Winter Warfare, and then counteroffensive on your T80.
which would use everything in your hand and put you in a pretty bad state. Corn Guy has managed to work himself out of what appeared to be a terrible position. But using those scouting parties and just generally making good trades, doing what he
Yeah.
needs to survive. I've been really impressed with the level of Corn Guy's play this match.
And I really think that Yak 7 really pulled through as well and carried its weight and far more
Absolutely.
with all those draws.
Yeah, it almost feels like every turn Corn Guy has been calculating, is counteroffensive gonna kill me given XYZ?
And it looks like we may see the partisans to simplify this board.
Ezio is able to recoup a little bit of that value with the scouting party.
And finding another scouting party as well, and a bloody sickle. Two pretty huge pickups.
KV1 is going to be really, really difficult for Ezio to deal with.
Not too difficult
Well, it would.
because
Sorry, it
Corn
would
Guy
be
didn't
if the
guard it.
positioning was diff. Yeah, it would be if if the positioning was different.
Yeah, that is surely a blunder from Corn Guy. Not a whole lot of reason to guard your SU in this position. It's not like Bezio wants to trade into it with the Dragon Slayer.
The Bloody Sickle plus the attack into the KV1 is enough to kill it. The attack from the Dragon Slayer.
And you get a bonus buff on your 456, which is also kind of nice.
Yeah.
Of course, at the cost of 2 defense, but
This game is just like an absolute back and forth tug of war. Ezio has a really strong board state, but is only at 5 life and doesn't have an island defense in hand. Corn Guy has life and will continue to be gaining defense on that HQ over the following turns with Engineer, but those T80s aren't super effective in this current position.
Bezio is really close to lethal. He can Red Dawn his own 34th, or Corn Guy's 34th, and get +4 attack and be 2 off. Ooh, but 39th Rifle Regiment.
Wait,
That's
is
a really
is
nice
that
pickup.
lethal? Because that gives you the T80, right? And the T80 will be able to attack this turn.
Yeah, I think that should be enough credits for lethal, yeah. Yeah,
And it
that's
looks like
okay.
Ezio found it. Congratulations.
And he goes for the the damage on his own unit for the style points, and in a really close self-damage mirror, Bezio just takes it by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, we saw excellent play from both players, but Ezio was able to get those final points that he needed. It just shows that counteroffensive is a really strong card, and being able to burst damage, especially against decks with island defense, is really important.
Yeah, but you can't knock Corn Guy's Partisans either, because that card also had a huge impact in that game. So both lists showing their strengths, showing maybe a little bit of their weaknesses as well. And just an incredible match. So now we can take a look at. Okay. Yeah, so just an incredible series overall. Again, I am sad to see Brit Air not being shown, but with Bezio's victory, we will likely get to see it in the following. Well, we will get to see it in the following matchup. There will be no bans, of course.
Yeah, I think it's worth remembering. 39th is what a card. I pointed it out in the beginning, and it did come down in the end to be really, really crucial. 39th is especially a really good card in that matchup, and so it's not really that surprising to see it turn out like that.
All right, and here we have the bracket. We can see Bezio moving on to the finals and Corn Guy moving into the bronze match. And next up, we are going to have Gorky versus Saber Lot. And I will shortly be being joined by Jking 7. There he is.
That was a crazy series to watch. Between Bezio and Corn Guy, and really down to the wire. But next up, we do have Gorky versus Saber Lot, and yeah, what is there to say about these two players? I mean, Gorky, this is his second major tournament appearance, and in his first one, he won it. He showed very strong play against Tiger in the quarterfinals. Do you know much about Saber Lot? I'm not familiar with them personally.
No, I've never heard his name before, but I hope to hear it again shortly. I mean, he's made it this far. We might get to see him in the OCC Ultimate. There's quite a strong chance of that, despite being such a new player. So here we have his player card, 722 wins. Matches, which is quite a few, but certainly not the highest we've seen so far, and a 67.7% win rate with a season finish of 5th, with again Japan most played, and Monty as his favorite guy. Of course, an incredibly powerful card, incredibly hated card, but also clearly, as we can see, a loved card as well. I can't fault somebody liking to do incredibly powerful things.
And while we're on Saberlot's profile, this does make me notice a bit of a trend, but now with Saberlot and Lao Mao, another new player to the top 6. These two players are the players with the most total matches in their player stats for the last month, and I believe they both had Japan as their most played. And just at least playing against Lao Mao on ladder, I know Lao Mao was grinding out a lot of Jagro. So it makes me think that Jagro's typically the first deck new players build, the first competitive deck they build, since it runs a lot of cheap cards, and it's a relatively simple game plan when you first pick it up. So it's a very easy deck to learn, and it's a lot of people's comfort decks. And now that have seen Jagro become a really dominant force on ladder in a way that we haven't really seen it before, we see these new players who have probably have thousands and thousands of games on Jagro, and maybe even only Jagro, and now it's their time to shine, and they've just grind out the games. They put in the time, they put in the effort on what very well might be their most comfortable deck, their favorite deck. And yeah, so it doesn't really shock me that we see the two newest players also with the most games in this season.
Yeah, and if we can move on to Saberlot's deck lists, we can see that he is running a Germany-Japan discard list, running some interesting cards like For Glory, which I think, Jking, you're a big fan of this card. We also have a Soviet USA ramp deck running things like Great Patriotic War, Tractor Factories, Winter Offensive, these big high-end orders and units, even 2 copies of ASW Patrol as well. And as we talked about with Ramp earlier, we will have to see, do you find those War Machines only running 3 copies of War Machine instead of 4? And finally, we have the classic Jagro, only running 1 copy of Third Yokosuka, I see, which is an interesting choice. and one copy of Sendai Regiment, maybe trying to find a little space for these new cards. Yeah, and this 4 of expansions that Saber Lot is choosing to run. And Jking, would you run us through our next decks with Gorky?
I would love to. So it has been a while since we've seen Gorky's lists. Up first, he has German, Japan, Heinz. Now, Heinz is typically played with the US ally, so what the Japan ally offers is these Type 93s, Type 94s, just more cheap tanks you can play out early. The Type 93s especially are really useful at getting your 1 attack tanks up to 2 or your 2 attack tanks up to 3, because 2 and 3 health is very important breaking points for a lot of trades. As well as this Sendai Regiment we see at the bottom of the list. Despite being 4 cost, it is one of the most expensive cards in this list because it's a very, very aggressive deck that's going to try to flood the board with tanks and then get some very cheap tank buffs on those, and just other buffs through Fast Heinz, Blitzkrieg, Panzer F, etc., to try to end out the game relatively quickly. And moving on to his second deck, it is a Britain-Japan credit denial control, very straightforward game plan of try to deny your opponent's credits to buy yourself time in the early game, pin their units, slow the game down, make their cards cost more with things like Blackwatch, and then win out the game with Commonwealth or a couple of your larger British elites. And then his third deck is the very straightforward, very, very popular last month, Jagro. Very similar to Saber Lot's deck. We do see 1 or 2 different changes here. We see Saber Lot had Shiden, Gorky does not have Shiden, instead he has the second Yokosuka. There might be 1 or 2 other differences in there, but the Jagro lists have been very, very refined down to 3 to 4 expansions, 1 Enigma, Martyr, double Martyr is a very popular choice now. So it's going to be very interesting to see in these 2 players who especially comes out on top if there is any sort of Jagro mirror match.
Yeah, and thinking about the bans, it seems like it might be a hard decision for Gorky what to ban when you have this credit denial and you have Jagro. Do you opt to take out the ramp list? But Gorky says no and takes out the Jagro instead.
And Gorky also has his own Jagro taken out. So this is not too surprising, I don't think, based on the fact that I'm pretty sure both of these players played the vast majority of their ranked games on Jagro. I'm sure they've played against each other a lot with just the number of games they each have high on ladder. So just taking out the comfort decks, taking out the deck that has performed the best on ladder, and forcing them to play on their very, very different lists. So now we have the 2 mirrors, or the mirror taken out. We have 4 unique lists to fight it out in this best of 3. And just off of deck lists, who do you think has the advantage here? And if you think that there is an advantage for either player?
I think that Gork has a good thing going for him. Air into ramp and this Germany control, I think is pretty decent in both matchups, particularly the Soviet ramp. If you can get air into Soviet ramp, I think that would be really good for Gorky's side here.
Air, do you mean Heinz? Gorky has
Wait,
the...
right. Sorry, I'm completely going crazy. Yes, I do mean Heinz. I think that you have a lot of play with fast Heinz when you're not being pressured out of this front line, and with Blitzkrieg, of course, as well. And you do have free access to the front line against ramp.
Yeah, I think the Soviet deck especially, I saw there's only 2 Bryansk regiments, only 3 war machines, and no bloody sickles. So it's lacking quite a bit in early game. So if Saber Lot just kind of misses that early curve, or you has a really fast start, especially with Greif, since Greif can be so safe, it could really end up poorly for him. However, we are going to have Saber Lot's Soviet-US ramp versus Gorky's credit denial, and I think this is actually definitely the matchup Saber Lot wanted to get. because he has a decent amount of healing cards in his deck. He has the Great Patriotic War, the Engineer Battalion, as well as Road to Berlin. And Great Patriotic War and Road to Berlin are both two very important ones, because with Road to Berlin, it offers very consistent healing that can't be removed by Gorky. And the Great Patriotic War, it can act as some healing, but it also is just an immediate reset of Gorky's health, which is really, really difficult for his Commonwealth win condition. However, just the opening 2 turns, that is exactly what Gorky wants to see. The turn 2 Daylight Bombing coming out to remove Yak 7, easily one of the best 2 drops in the game.
Yeah, that was disgustingly good for Gorky there.
And
not... Sorry, go ahead.
Gorky is really just kind of putting on a display of how you play this credit denial list. Because credit denial is notoriously really difficult to play. And you will see some players who can pull like 80-85% win rates with it on ladder. And then you'll play it yourself and have like a 40% win rate. So if credit denial is a list that you are interested in learning to play, if you're interested in picking up, I highly recommend you pay close attention to how Gorky was playing, how Gorky was mulliganing. And with the Southern plan now, the Crusader's sticking, he picks up the second Daylight Bomb, and things are really looking up for Gorky right now.
And Saber Lot just going for a War Machine on turn 5. Not very impactful. Not looking too great for him, especially with this additional credit denial and the Black Watch coming out.
We see Gorky putting the Daylight Bomb in face instead of removing the Milk Truck, and this is to bring Saber Lot back down to 20, because one of the things the credit denial deck can struggle at is actually getting in the extra damage beyond 20 from Commonwealth. If your opponent plays any amount of healing, it can be difficult to sort of get across that line. Because the problem with credit denial is your opponent will eventually go up to 12 credits. You cannot keep them off 12 credits forever. And that means they're going to have access to their cards, they're going to have access to their healing, their units, their removal for your stuff. And if you can't capitalize enough in that period of time, it can be really bad. But looking at the board right now, Gorky is definitely capitalizing this massive advantage he got off the first 3 or 4 turns.
Yeah, and Saber Lot does have the Great Patriotic War in hand, but it's kind of hard to imagine when he's going to be able to play it without it just getting beat down by Honeys and Crusaders. When Gorky has such a lead this early on.
Was it the Winter Warfare and the T60? I mean, he's getting the draw off the Yak, he gets the tank off the T60, so there's that. But also, rather importantly, this keeps his Leons at an even health total, which makes them harder to remove with supply shortage. The second supply shortage coming in will solve that problem, because now Gorky can simply hit it with the Honeys, the Black Watch, the Crusader, whatever he wants, each down to 2 health, and then they'll die from the supply shortage, meaning they're not able to actually trade out with anything.
And the Black Watch perfectly out of range of this Avenger as well.
That is very unfortunate for Saber Lot here. And, I mean, if you go for the 5-year plan, you are going to be overdrawing. You also seen the Observer Core come out, so you know there is a possibility you literally just die next turn to Commonwealth if you don't play Great Patriotic War. I mean, you could play Avenger, but it doesn't accomplish anything, and your opponent can even actually trade it out. Goes for the Great Patriotic War, so this is going to reset Gorky's clock, but as we see, he doesn't have Commonwealth, and with Crusader double Honey on board, he's going to have no issue getting back up to 30.
Yeah, although Gorky might have issues with getting rid of cards in his hand. Opts to just trade out the Crusader to allow him to play some of this draw to heal off of the Honeys. Plays down another Crusader.
And I'd like to see him move up a Honey just to keep the Black Watch alive. At this point, Blackwatch is pretty high value. The ISU draw, though, is
Ooh.
massive. Absolutely massive. That is easily the best card the Saber Lot could have drawn this turn. And I can't see anything that would prevent him from playing it, so it's going to remove 2 out of Gorky's 3 honeys. In his deck, it's going to remove 1 of the Blackwatches. So Gorky's starting to run low on healing. The honeys are the primary mode of healing in this deck. So now that 2 are gone, it's going to make cards like Redeployment, just all these Convoys and Lend-Leases, and Sincerely Yours. Obviously, Sincerely Yours heals itself, but it is going to start making it more difficult to win with Commonwealth, and Gorky recognizes that, so he's just going to drop the 3-cost Lancaster, pin the ISU, and try to win the very traditional way of just killing your opponent. He does reveal he has Ultra by not attacking with the Crusader. However, that doesn't really do anything. Saber Lot doesn't really have a way to get around Ultra anyways.
Yeah, the only play is to deeper before in trade.
And Observer Core would be lethal. Doesn't find it, so he's still slightly off. And both Daylight Bombings are gone, which is the primary additional burn. But Wellington in hand is possible to be stopped. However, it's very, very unlikely. There's nothing that stops it in hand currently. Plus, Gorky has to deal with the Sexton and the Lancaster. And there is still this pesky Ultra up in the way that is even going to prevent Partisans from clearing. So this is just going to be game 1 going to Gorky. Once again, putting on a clinic on how to play this credit denial list. And
Yeah, that was a... Sorry, that was a fantastic showing, was all I was going to say. Not really adding anything at all.
I mean, Gorky is just... He hasn't dropped a game yet, because he 2-0'd Tiger. And this is now 3-0 in this tournament. And Saber Lot now has this Soviet deck against Heinz. Now, he can switch off the Soviet deck if he wants. I believe his 3rd deck is German discard, if I remember correctly. But
yeah,
Heinz
that's correct.
has a very good chance of winning, especially given 2 opportunities, especially against 2 control decks. I do think the German discard, I would certainly rather be on the German discard side of things if I had to play that matchup. So maybe he switches to that, tries to get a win, gain back some momentum, put Gorky on the back foot. I mentioned in the first set of Gorky that I'm not sure how much experience Gorky has on Heinz, but then we saw Gorky just put on an absolute masterclass of Heinz versus Tiger's control. So Gorky, he has shown he can play this matchup very well, and Saber Lot's just going to stick with the Soviets, try to win with the arguably harder deck. Yeah.
Oh man, and can we get some more 20-second action this game? It looks like it from Gorky.
Yeah,
We'll see if he's able to find the other one.
The big difference is Saber Lot does have Winter Warfares in his deck. Now, not currently in hand, but that has to be something Gorky needs to consider. For example, this turn he'll likely just play out the 38T rather than the Type 93. He is going to try to not overcommit into a potential Winter Warfare. And this turn 4 39th Rifles from Saber Lot could do quite a lot. Partisans are a bit slower, and there's quite a lot of units on board now. 22nd being pushed into the front line means that he can take the Type 94 and trade it into the 22nd, move 2 units, and prevent more draw from this 22nd. It's already drawn quite a bit. But just look at Gorky's hand. It's the exact same as the game against Tiger, where his Heinz deck just fills up its hand incredibly quickly and just stays there for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and Gorky really seems to love his card draw. Every deck he plays, I see just crazy amounts of card draw. Like most people don't build Heinz with this much card draw, I don't think. With the 38Ts, the Panzer 3H, I believe it's called. You usually don't have quite this many effects.
And Saber Lot, he picks up the Cossacks, which is a huge pickup. If I recall, because the type, or the 38T, I believe, is still on 3 health. We'll see after he picks the kite. But I believe the Cuban Cossacks is going to allow him to clear the front line and not die to Blitzkrieg next turn, which he otherwise would have had happen to him without picking it up. So Saber Lot is able to hold on a little bit longer. However, he goes for the milk truck. He wants to get the credits. He wants to be able to use partisans, ASW patrol. But this is just going to walk directly into the Blitzkrieg from Gorky, ending this in a very quick 2-0. And Gorky is now 4-0 in the tournament, and is moving on to the finals where he will play Bezio and try to continue that streak. Whereas Saber Lot will be going down to the 3rd place match to play Corn Guy, and wait for that last $100 prize, as well as the additional points for the OCC Ultimate. And do you think that game was going to be that fast, just based off the mulligans?
No, I had no idea. I thought, well, this 39th Rifle Regiment, that's a really good tool, really slows Gorky down, and then it doesn't matter at all. Maybe buys a turd or two, but incredibly fast games from Gorky. Even on the credit denial games as well. Just quick ones. You often see that deck go to fatigue, but
and not even just the number of turns in the game, but also the speed of play. Gorky on credit denial was just playing the deck like it's Jagro with one card, like Feigned Retreat Jagro, where you're just playing the card off the top every turn. Like, Gorky just knew exactly what he was doing at the start of every single turn. He didn't spend time to think, and that's not saying that. It's not to say that he's not thinking. It's just saying that he has so much experience on credit denial. He knows exactly what he is doing. He is not like debating between different lines in his head. He already knows exactly what he wants to do every single turn. And somebody with that much experience on a deck like Credit Denial, which is so difficult to play, is a very scary thing.
Yeah, and if we can take one last look at this bracket to see what we will be getting into for the 3rd place and finals, we see Gorky heading up against Bezio in the finals, aiming for these 25 points to get into the OCC Ultimate. And we have in the bronze match Saber Lot versus Corn Guy, two relative newcomers, well, 2 newcomers to the OCC format, going head to head, which we will be getting to after a short break.
Welcome back, everybody. I am joined again by Jking here, and we are preparing for our bronze match, our third place match. Our contestants are Saber Lot and Corn Guy, and we will head into the action in just a second. So there are no it is a best of 5 this time, so there are going to be no bans. So Corn Guy is bringing the self-damage, discard, and US Italy ramp. And Jking, would you mind taking us over Saberlot's decks one more time?
Yeah, so on Saberlot's side, he has the German-Japan discard, he has the Japan-German aggro, and then he has the Soviet-USA ramp deck, which we saw unable to get any wins against Gorky in the semifinal match. So that does leave us with quite a bit of variety. Here, between these 6 decks, there's actually no overlapping deck. There's some very similar archetypes, obviously, with Japan-German discard, German-Japan discard. But otherwise, a very unique set of decks, and with no bans, it is going to be very interesting to see how these players choose what to start with, because it's much easier to know what to start with when the number of decks your opponent could be playing is much smaller, obviously.
Yeah, I think it is interesting that we are going to be looking at kind of a similar lineup, but like swapping exactly like which aggro deck, which ramp deck. Kind of interesting to see which discard deck. So.
And I mean, I think it really comes down to so they each have a ramp deck, they each have a discard deck, and then Corn Guy has the self damage versus Saber Lot's Jagro, which if you're just doing head to heads, obviously sounds like it gives Corn Guy the advantage. However, if that Jagro deck can get in against one of the ramp decks, with the discard deck, which it very easily could, self damage is in a much worse position against the other decks from Saber Lot. So I think Corn Guy really, really needs self damage into Jagro, and if he misses that matchup, if Jagro gets through without that, I think Corn Guy could struggle to win with self damage. Although we have seen his version of self damage is a bit heavier than sort of the traditional self damages we've seen. He has Partisans, he has the Naval Brigade, if I recall correctly. And obviously these stand togethers, which offer a lot more burst potential, a lot more sustain power on the board for self-damage. So maybe he can still win. It's certainly not lost if Jagro gets through, but it's going to be Saberlot's goal is avoid Jagro versus self-damage at all costs.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assessment. We already saw that self-damage does kind of struggle into ramp, as we saw earlier today, so I think that's a pretty accurate assessment.
And it's going to be interesting to see the differences between Japan discard and Japan-German discard, especially if they get into a mirror match against each other. Because Japan-German has definitely become the more favorable deck on ladder. And that's a reverse from what we saw last month in OCC. The reason for that is you have a bit more draw power. So in the mirror, you're going to have slightly larger hands. It's slightly more consistent against aggro. And then when it comes down to the late game, you lose Leopold and you lose Comet, which are two very, very powerful cards. However, losing Leo kind of gets made up for the fact that you have To the Last Man. Now, obviously, it's not a unit, but it still destroys the whole board. Then you lose Comet, but you gain Shiden, you gain Kika, and these are much harder to remove than Comet. And previously, Comet was the only thing that sort of gave infinite value. However, now that people are running Kokura's swords, the German discard deck struggles to remove Kokura's sword. And Comet is very, very powerful. However, it's much easier just to stop with a guard. And since it always goes back to hand, you're going to have constant chances to discard it, whereas Kokura's sword, once it's on the board, it's on the board. And there's 1 or 2 ways to retreat it. However, it's very difficult to retreat and then discard it. And even if you can get that to line up, you're only going to have maybe 1 or 2 shots at that.
Yeah, I've always thought of it as like Kokura's sword is sort of the Comet for Japan. I don't know if you look at it that way, but both decks are afforded 1 elite that's like really impossible to get rid of unless you discard it. And you really don't want to see your opponent have it in the late game. And so I hope that we are gonna see, the match come down to something other than who discards the other's Kokris sword or Comet. But it has been known to affect the matchup significantly if one player loses their boss card, their boss unit, and
Yeah.
the other
And
doesn't.
it's discard. You can always just have one person go first, and the person who goes second plays case yellow into Wolfpack into Wolfpack into case yellow into case yellow. And it literally does not matter what was in your hand, what was in for the first 5 or turns of the game. One player is just going to win because of that. And here we are into game 1, and it is going to be Corn Guys Japan versus Saber Lot's the Soviets, which is a very, very different matchup than if it was reversed. This is going to be Saber Lot's Soviet US ramp versus Corn Guys Japan German discard. And this is very interesting because Saber Lot doesn't have a ton of card draw. He has obviously the single copy of 5-Year Plan, which if he can find will be a massive, massive turnaround. And he has a lot of cards that generate cards, like the Yak 9 that's in his deck, the T60 we see in hand, as well as the Night Witches is very, very powerful at just creating cards in your hand, and even if he plays out the Polycard Pops and they die, he's going to get from the people's back, and all of that is just discard fodder. Try to not have your huge cards discarded, and then try to win off those huge cards like Tractor Factories, the 272nd guards we see picked up here.
Yeah, it's interesting that Corn Guy has like sort of an aggressive start, which might be helpful in trading out with those Polycarpovs that come down later. I'm definitely curious to see how this one's gonna go. I'm not sure if it's better to have these early game units or to draw stuff like, I don't know if you'd rather have like Wolfpack, for example, you know what I mean? But yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, specifically with these Aichis, I think this is going to be very, very good for Corn Guy, because they're incredibly difficult to remove for Saber Lot. And there's this case yellow sitting in hand, which is definitely, Corn Guy would rather have this case yellow than a Wolfpack right now, because he has all these tiny units on board, and just buffing their attack is going to be very, very powerful. And, I mean, cards like the Cavalry Regiment is not super useful early in the game. But it can do something. 61st's a little on the slower side, but he also has these 2 surprise attacks just sitting in hand, meaning the first big thing Saber Lot plays is just instantly going to get removed. And he just sort of has to accept that. Sometimes players in that situation will try to like bait out the surprise attacks by playing like the smallest thing in their hand, hoping that something will come out. But I think Corn Guy certainly is going to keep these in hand until a big target comes out. So I think Saberlot's best shot is just playing out your biggest threat each turn, even if you were aware the first one might just immediately die.
Yeah, I think it makes sense that like, well, for one, that artillery is really nice because it can't be gotten rid of with one of those bombers. It's just gonna retreat. But that is a top deck.
And there's the air sub that can remove it. He can raiding brigade it. I mean, honestly, he could just air superiority the artillery and go face with both the bombers. It runs the risk of immediately losing the game to a 39th rifles. Maybe not quite immediately losing the game, but you are getting completely blown out on board.
Yep.
Versus a 39th, and probably don't want to lose that hard to it. So instead, he plays the slightly more reasonable, slower, conservative play of taking out the Bryansk regiment. There's not a ton of targets in the deck for that Radiant Brigade, so even removing a 0-3 Bryansk is really reasonable.
Yeah, I think that it's pretty likely that these IGs are gonna like trade in with Polycarpovs, and then the removal orders that come off of the Polycarpovs are gonna be used to get rid of the bombers, and they're just gonna trade and trade and trade and trade. But we'll see. If one player can kind of break the parity on that, then that might be what they need to get an edge.
Corn Guy's actually looking at the case yellow now, and this is quite interesting to me. The idea is you're getting the discard out, and the cards in hand, which are more likely to be larger cards since your opponent hasn't had the opportunity to play them, and before you flood their hand with from the people. However, this, I guess the idea is Saber Lot can't kill the first Aichi because it has smokescreen, and he can't kill the 2-cost Aichi because if he does, Corn Guy's going to have 11 damage in the support line. So as long as Corn Guy doesn't kill these Polycarpovs himself, it's limiting Saberlot's number of positions in the support line. It's making the cards in his hand much higher value to be discarded.
I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see the same strategy employed again. But you know, Annihilation is a much higher. The destroy effect on Annihilation is definitely worth regarding. Corn Guy kind of seems like he just wants to take the race, try and get in as quickly as possible.
Yeah, he's just going for it, and there's certainly are some punishes for this line, namely Winter Warfare, which I believe Saberlot has 2 copies of his deck. Saberlot goes for the ASW patrol and misses, and that's just game over. That is straight up game over. He got the worst target. He lost the 1 in 3. And that's just deeply unfortunate. I mean, there was not a lot else he could do. He could have stayed alive on board by just double trading, pushing up.
Well,
even then, you're
one
still
of the
staring down the damage.
one of the Aichis doesn't have smokescreen.
Yes, but the Errato is blocking the
Oh,
bomber
yes.
attacks,
Yep.
and it's not high enough attack value to
Yep.
trade out the Polycarpovs. So this is just straight up game over, and it's just, we've seen this Soviet deck lose 3 games straight, and I mean, he made that very big mistake not trading out with the tank in his game 2 versus Gorky, but otherwise, it doesn't necessarily feel like Saberlot's making massive mistakes. It just feels like deck isn't quite finding its footing. It's not quite working out the way he wanted things to, and absolutely not taking any credit away from Corn Guy. The choice to go for this very aggressive play with the Aichis, to not trade out with the Night Witches, but instead case yellow and attack phase with Radiant Brigade. That is what has put him into this situation.
Yeah, it's kind of like you play so that you have the most chances of getting lucky, right? There's some merit to be had in recognizing, well, if I put my opponent lower, their deck really doesn't have a lot of heal. It means that as the game continues, like, you know, I'm gonna have more opportunities to look for a cheeky win. So he's almost like playing so that if he gets lucky, it's GG, and he got lucky like pretty quickly afterwards. So.
And it also just shows the sheer power of Aichi as a card. Look at Saber Lot. He has more credits than his opponent. He's healed more than his opponent. He has double his opponent's credit slots, and he has 3 very powerful 8-cost cards in his hand, and he's losing to 2 2-drops. He's staring down 11 damage from 2 2-drops that have already dealt countless damage and dealt with several units on board. And this just shows that there is a situational power to cards. It's not just slam a bunch of credits and then the most expensive cards in your deck, because, I mean, even on this turn, had he pushed up and played Tractor Factories, both of the Tractor Factories get traded out by the Aichis. And this is taking a shockingly large amount of time.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to find any solution, but with 4 credits, the options are so limited. It's not like something's gonna magically appear out of nowhere, you know?
Yeah. And I was just thinking through, is there any possible way to trade off a Polycarpov? Is there any possible way to kill this 6-2 Aichi? And simply the answer is no. And I mean, there's also, in this situation, there is also always the possibility that Corn Guy misses lethal. However, a player of his experience is Caliber, and he's been very sharp on lethals today. So,
yeah,
especially
and
not with all this time to think.
Yeah, when you've been staring at this board for this long, it would be really hard to not have considered all of your options by now.
And so, considering Corn Guy now taking a 1-0 lead in the series, his discard deck is through, and that is, discard deck is very much the evergreen, like, you're kind of fine with it into anything deck. So for your Corn Guy, what do you bring next? Because you have the US-Italy ramp, which might just get rolled over by Jagro, or you have your self-damage, which might just get rolled over by Soviet USA ramp for the 4th time in a row.
Yeah, it seems like you kind of have to like roll to 50-50, and I don't know. I mean, I guess the question is like which one has a better matchup against the hard deck to beat? Like
Yeah, I would imagine self-damage has a much better matchup into Soviet USA ramp than US-Italy ramp has into Jagro.
I think that's a
because
pretty reasonable
the
assessment.
T80s, the SUs, they can put on a lot of damage very quickly. And there's not great removal options for Saber Lot that do more than 1-for-1. So really 34th guards are still going to be massive tempo swings, even if they can be answered.
Yeah, I mean, there is the argument, I guess, that US Italy does have the Alpinis and has more ways to heal against Jagro, but you know, if you've played Jagro a lot, which we're assuming that Saber Lot has, because most of us have, honestly.
I mean, he had,
then you
what,
know,
like 700, 800 games last month?
yeah, then you know that you save your removal for the Alpinis. You save your Sundai, you save your stuff like that for the Alpinis, and if you get a good start and use your removal right, then it's pretty difficult for ramp to contest that, even if you get some early Alpinis.
Yeah, and the addition of double Aichi into Jagro really, really helps those types of matchups, just because
Mm-hmm.
even if your opponent slams an Alpini, just attack it with an Aichi for 2 damage, your opponent gets a trade in, and then you attack it again, and then you kill it. And it seems there was a bug in spectator mode, and they were well into game 2, which is going to be German-Japan discard into self-damage. And it's a very interesting situation. One guy has basically no cards in hand. However, he has a quite imposing board. This case yellow most likely going to be coming down to if Corn Guy just top decking. However, again, looking at his hand and board is looking quite good for him. And we did just get confirmation Corn Guy did win game 1 as we expected. And with the Saber Lot is able to fully clear this board in a number of different ways.
Yeah, that Maelstrom that was a really great top deck for them. And it was kind of like just what they needed, because otherwise, you have the FW and the air superiorities, but those don't really quite clear the board, and they do leave you open to maybe a stand together lethal. But with that Maelstrom, it allows you to fully clear and get yourself out of any potential situation where you might lose the game.
And Saber Lot chooses to not even go for the Maelstrom, instead of going for the Jag Bomber. And like this, it leaves you with a unit left behind. It didn't really matter what you did either way. That's not a position Corn Guy can reasonably come back in. And he's just going to throw in the towel, into a 1-1 game. And, I mean, yeah, we saw Corn Guy take the risk, try to get self-damage into Jaguar, instead he got it into discard, and looked like had a very rough experience. Both discard decks are now through to, I would say to the surprise of no one. However, discard really fell off in popularity towards the end of the month, and just looking at what was brought to this tournament, much less discard than I expected to see. So, seen both discards winning their first games here in this third place match. Maybe shows some revitalization. Discard. And now we are going to be getting the ramp mirror, which is definitely not something that I thought I would be saying today before seeing the deck lists.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of ramp today. And I think part of it is because there's so many good options for both Japan and Germany, both on the aggro end and on the control end. Whereas self-damage kind of makes it difficult to play frontline because like the de facto go-to deck for Soviets right now is self-damage. And so we're seeing a lot of this like US-Italy control, and I'm here for it. I think it's a really cool deck. I love watching people play it. I think
Yeah.
we're in for a long one this game, but I'm sure it's going to be an interesting one as we see this ramp mirror start to unfold.
I mean, looking at the start Saber Lot has had and looking at his hand, it makes me happy for him that he's finally getting things looking like it's going well. But then I look at Corn Guy's hand, and he doesn't have as many credits, he doesn't have as many units on the board, but just looking at the sheer volume of stats and credit cost of things in his hand, it is massive. And it looks like Corn Guy's just going to go for an early United We Stand to get some credits going, but also to take out the Engineer Battalion. He does not want his opponent healing. And that is quite an interesting choice here, because he could have instead taken out both the milk trucks just to remove 2 units from the board, but valuing preventing healing from Saber Lot.
I think that there's a solid argument for it, especially when you're playing B17F, because B17F, when you have the HQ defense pressure on your opponent, it can be a really threatening card. But oftentimes, if you can't pressure the HQ, it like doesn't do what you want it to. But that is not the ASW patrol that Saber Lot wanted to see there.
Yeah, we saw ASW Patrol literally losing him game 1, and now we see it was a 50-50. It was a very, very large 50-50 to lose. I mean, we're still early game, still perfectly fine on health. However, that would have been such a big tempo swing. Unfortunately, did not go his way. And the Corn Guy has reached the credits where he's just going to start playing bomb after bomb. And on the other side of the board, Saber Lot just doesn't have a lot. He can make a lot of T-34s, but that's not going to do much versus the 7th Alpinis. And he always has to be worried about cards like Naval Engagement. The TBF Avenger could come out as well.
So here's the problem, right? So Saber Lot has, I'm sorry, what's the name of the draw order in Saber Lot's hand?
By the sword.
By the sword, yeah. So Saber Lot has by the sword. And so Saber Lot wants the opponent's units to come out. But Corn Guy's units pretty much all have like destruction, destroy a unit. And so you are in this position where you need your opponent's units to come out, but the only way for them to come out is for you to like lose on value and sacrifice things that you have to get them out. And so like no matter how you slice it, this by the sword isn't looking too hot.
Yeah, there's basically no token generation for Corn Guy. There's very, very few cheap, like low value units. He goes for this early Avenger, and this could be big because it is somewhat difficult for Corn Guy to remove it. Obviously, he can just go for the Naval Engagement. However, that is going to allow Saber Lot to maybe try to pressure HQ, although 37 health already. Just a single 7th Alpini can offer so much healing if it can be removed efficiently.
Yeah, Corn Guy has gotta love this position. This is you know, you have everything. You have the frontline removal, you have the backline removal, you have the random removal, you have the untargetable, you have the HQ defense, you got the draw. It's
I mean, if you're Saber Lot in this situation, you have to be playing for tempo 100%. Just for the rest of the game, you have to be playing for tempo. If you're a Corn Guy, you have a lot more interesting decisions because you just have to be thinking about how to most efficiently use your removal. Because yes, you're basically able to remove every single unit on the board with every card in your hand at the moment. However, you have to think 5, 6, 7 turns down the line if you start using some of this removal on cheaper units, and then your opponent plays like 272nd into Heroes of the Soviet Union 272nd. You kind of want some of these Lion for a Days left in hand, these naval engagements. You don't want to throw it too much, because Saber Lot definitely has some huge units that can come down.
Yeah, Saber Lot is being tempted by naval, but on such a puny target like Dechima, which most of the value from Dechima has already happened by this point, right? It just doesn't feel super great. But as you said, Saber Lot has to play for tempo, and that's the tempo play.
Yeah, it lets him get the 5-1 T-34 trade into the Spitfire, which I mean is really good. You're getting a pretty nice 2-for-1 off of a T-34 generated by Tractor Factories, so really it's sort of a 3-for-1. However, 31 health now, and you're still so low on cards in hand. The one thing Corn Guy doesn't have is a lot of extra credit slots to play around with. He's struggling to do more than one thing a turn. He can get out another 7th Alpini. He instead decides to get out the M4A1 and hold up decisive defense.
Yeah, alternatively, Corn Guy could have gone for naval engagement as well, but
Yeah, this Saber Lot now has to think about what he wants to be doing here. Decides not to play out any of the other units in his hand, and I think this is him respecting the threat of naval engagement. He doesn't want to give his opponent too much value off of that, because the artillery could have been really good. Just getting down the 39th rifles, your opponent's not really going to have any 2-drops, so you might as well get that down to your body to push up. However, anything you play just walks immediately into a naval engagement.
yeah, Saber Lot actually has been able to recoup like a little bit of the value. Pretty much every card that they're drawing is gas, but that doesn't mean that you can contest Corn Guy with the naval engagement, the B-17. I mean, the P-51. Like it's.
I think Saber Lot might have played that turn a bit too early. He saw the 272nd, he wanted to play the 272nd. Had he instead attacked the 6th Alpini spawned by the decisive defense, he could have used the T-34 to take out the Avenger. And I think controlling your opponent's bombers is a very important thing to be doing in this matchup. Yes, you get 272nd on the board, but what happens if your opponent like attacks it, plays United We Stand, and then Dechima naval engagement or something like that? We see the part of naval engagement I personally forget a lot is the heal all of your units, in this case healing the Alpini from a 3-1 to a 3-5. And we see maybe the reason that he didn't kill the Avenger, it is the red banner top deck, which is going to allow Saber Lot to get a random 10 cost US unit, and that is going to be a B-17F or a Persian, guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are good, but I'm not sure that either of them matters that much when your opponent has B-17 in their hand. I like this quite a lot because it removes everything that they have, and then their B-17 isn't that good. You know, you're hoping that they don't have P-47D, but thankfully Corn Guy does not. So
It's just a B-17 and Prey kind of turn. Definitely doesn't feel good. However, if Corn Guy goes for the I forget what it's called, but the fighter, the new fighter elite, he goes for that, he very well might just immediately lose the game because of that Partisan's red banner sitting in hand. And Saber Lot's choice to not go for it last turn, to greed out, just get the value you can on board, very well might be the decision that finally gets him a win on this Soviet deck that he's been looking for so long.
what are the 9-cost units?
There's
for US?
B-17, I believe,
Oh,
is
yep.
the only one. However, there really only needs to be one. You
Yep.
just need to be able to play that red banner to get that destruction effect. He plays out the 6th Alpini, and hopefully Saber Lot is not tempted to go for the red banner now. You can just turn the 7th Alpini into a Dechuma, just for a massive tempo gain, try to push a bunch of damage to the HQ. However, there's just so much potential for it sitting in the hand of Corn Guy right now. Instead, goes for the trades, plays out his units. I really like this. But the question is, again, does Corn Guy play the Spitfire or does he play the lead? He goes for the Spitfire.
Yeah, the B-17 is just unable to deal with that Joseph Stalin, which is unfortunate. But if Saber Lot plays that Winter Warfare for some reason, I don't really see any reason to play it. But supposing that he does play it, things might start looking a bit different.
At this point, he could still go for the Artisan's attack, trigger the decisive defense, red banner, get a B-17, you can push up 39th, you can attack phase for 8. And then after that, you might just have such an advantage that even if your opponent plays the elite fighter, it doesn't matter just because they're kind of getting low on health. However, it's still definitely going to matter in this situation.
It's kind of crazy how just a couple turns ago, Corn Guy was like so ahead on value, and yet through applying constant pressure, Saber Lot was able to recoup that value. What does it hit? Oh, a big hit!
Oh.
Huge hit.
We see, Oh, that is huge, though. That is one off lethal.
Oh my god.
And that might not be something Corn Guy is really thinking of. And it actually means that the B-17 1 and 4, that wasn't just the biggest thing. It was literally the only play Corn Guy could have gone for that would have meant not dying on the following turn, and he needed to win the 1 and 4.
That's absolutely crazy. Yeah, obviously getting damage on the HQ is not important here. But if you don't go for damage on the HQ, that could cue your opponent into what you just drew if you're Saber Lot, so.
And if he goes for the P-51B, Corn Guy is just going to die. The only way to stay alive here is by throwing out both 5th Rangers. This is... If he is going to be removing that, I believe this is a slightly inefficient way to do so. Other way would have left him with a 1-2, 4-1, and an 8-3, rather than just an 8-5. And you just go for it. You just leave the 5th Rangers and just straight up go for it, because it sets up
I think
lethal.
there's a good argument to be made.
And if you wait around too long, that's just going to happen. Lying for a day, you can take out the Yak P-51B to block the B-17.
Yep. Yeah, and on the following turn you can B-17 the B-17.
It's going to be very important to see what he draws off of this Yak, because he has very few cards in hand. However, he still has the 5-year plan in deck, and at this point, just drawing 5-year plan could be enough. SW Patrol is going to be pretty good. Means he doesn't have the credits to play Great Patriotic War this turn, though. And this is a very easy turn for Corn Guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm glad to see that Corn Guy did respect the GPW. I think, you have to respect it there.
Heroes, he's going to be looking for a 272nd ISU Naval Brigade. Picks up the ISU. Goes for it immediately. I feel like you could have very easily greeted 1 or even 2 turns on that.
You can, but you also know that Corn Guy, the vast majority of the units he plays have like destruction, destroy a unit, and so I think there's a decent argument that Corn Guy probably wasn't gonna play anything super impactful. But yeah, it would have been really nice to catch this 5th Rangers in that ISU as well.
Here we're just top decking back and forth. Corn Guy, 2 War Machines in hand, very unimpactful. However, I'm wondering, I'm going to check his list if he has the Quartermasters, which it does not look like he runs Quartermasters. So, Corn Guy, his card draw is, he has a, I think he might have actually played all of his card draw. He might have a Field Hospital, but that's very difficult to get
Yep.
value out of, so.
So Saber Lot is gonna be able to play this KV1. Chooses not to, but if he had played the KV1, it forces Corn Guy to trade into it. Or maybe not forces, but incentivizes Corn Guy to trade into it, which could potentially catch that 5th Rangers in a Winter Warfare. But opting instead to keep it in hand.
And I think he really needs to greed on. He chooses again not to play the KV. I'm very curious as to his reasoning behind this, because he doesn't have any forced draw. It's not like he's trying to set up like a phony more lethal, which would be hilarious if possible. And he's instead just walked into the situation where he's dead. He's just straight up dead. He unfortunately did not find the draws he needed. And Corn Guy was able to, I mean, it looked like he was going to dominate that game from the opening hand, but it definitely did not go that way over the course of the game. Saber Lot into a situation where he won the game 75% of the time. But Corn Guy got that lucky B17 hit. I don't know if he even recognizes yet just how important that was.
I'm sure he will after the match when he watches the replay. I'm sure he will. So Corn Guy is gonna be have to win with self damage against either the Russian ramp or against Saberlot's Jagger, right? Saberlot's 3rd deck is Jagger.
Yes, so that means Corn Guy is going to get the guaranteed self-damage versus Jagro matchup that he is looking for. The sidebar, yeah, it just got updated to show Corn Guy is up 2-1, meaning he has 2 chances to win with self-damage. First into what is the current matchup, which is against Soviet USA Ramp, which is certainly going to be a more difficult matchup. However, if he fails this, he will get onto Jagro. And this is exactly what Soviet USA Ramp wants to be doing. It wants to be playing against a deck that's slightly slower than Jagro, and then get a good credit curve into just slamming down huge Soviet elites every single turn.
Yeah, and being able to get that that armor train down so early means that you're going to be able to continuously generate value. It is value that can be wiped away with the Winter Warfare, but forcing the Winter Warfare out of your opponent, especially an opponent that's playing Naval Brigade, so it's worth something.
And he's just going to go for the ASW Patrol, and there's not really a bad target. Obviously, prefer to hit the Dragon Slayer, but they're both very powerful units, and Saber Lot just cannot win. If this is how your ASW Patrols and B-17s go, you should not be playing USA Ramp. I don't know, maybe play Japan, where you have the targeted removal, your sneak attacks, your Blade of the Samurais, if this is your the way your untargeted random removal goes. And Corn Guy getting a massive draw. Something you'll also have to keep an eye out this game is his health total. Just because the attack value of the unit Saberlot's going to be played each turn is very, very high, meaning that it's not going to be difficult for him to just straight up have lethal with even a little bit of burst damage from hand if Corn Guy gets a bit too careless with these Red Banners, Winter Warfares, and Sickles.
Yeah, the Avenger could hit the Dragon Slayer right now, but instead Saberlot is opting for a guarded KV, which, yeah, I mean, it makes Corn Guy have to find an answer, like, very quick. Thankfully he does, but it's going to take him 2 turns to use that Naval Brigade.
And actually, the Dragon Slayer, because of the Winter Warfare, is slightly out of range of the Avenger. I think it's quite possible that we would have seen the Avenger. Otherwise,
Sorry.
it's gonna.
Isn't the Avenger 4 or greater defense? Or am I crazy?
It's 5 or
Oh,
greater.
5 or greater defense. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, it's a very. I mean, that's perfectly reasonable. We haven't seen Avenger in tournaments in really since like 2020, 2021.
Saber Lot has like basically the best backline that you could ever want in that deck. I mean,
He
putting on so much pressure.
Horn Guy's able to clear the KV. He's gonna be taking some damage in the process. He could even take out the artillery as well. However, that's going to leave him on 3 health, meaning he is dead to Winter Offensive, he is dead to Tractor Factories.
Yeah, but at this point you just gotta full send it. Like you've already committed.
I can't think of anything that deals 3 damage and not 4.
Exactly. I'm sure that's
in
what
fact, if
Corn
you
Guy
don't
is considering
sickle,
right now.
And if you don't cycle, you're actually dropping to 2, since the RD is on board. We see there is no lethal Saber Lot. However, the Avenger is a very good option. There is no stand together in the hand of Corn Guy right now, so he's going to heal off of Death's Door.
Yeah, aside from Island Defense and just wait it out, the only thing that gets rid of the Avenger is the Winter Warfare into Naval Brigade, but Corn Guy is instead opting to save the Naval Brigade, which I think is fine. You know, if you don't have to use it right this second, why worry about it?
Yeah. And the Yak 9, this does mean the 272nd, or sorry, the 34th Guard is going to stick on the board, which is very bad for Saber Lot, because he doesn't know that Corn Guy doesn't have Stand Together in hand. This would be a turn where Stand Together could potentially just end the game, and there is Stand Together off the top. Spoke a little bit too soon. And the Corn Guy can just mop up this board.
Yeah, getting to take out the Avenger and to stand together, pretty huge, if I do say so myself.
Saber Lot, he's not under pressure of dying in the next 2 turns. So he's going to get the draw off Yak, he's going to get the natural draw. And either of those can draw him into a 5-year plan. The sword here is likely going to be pretty good. One guy gets out a lot of these 2-cost units in his hand. So this is far from over. However, if you're Saber Lot, you definitely would have wanted this matchup to go much more easily than this. And Corn Guy is actually going to go face rather than trade out the Yak. He doesn't want to give his opponent the draw. And this is quite interesting because the Yak can't be traded.
Saber Lot isn't opting to get that that T80, instead waiting to save it on what I'm assuming that he's expecting to save it for a guarded 456. I could be wrong, but in my mind that's what Saber Lot is looking for, especially if you have the Winter Warfare.
Yeah, it feels very odd to me because if you get out the 39th, it's a 5/5 that can attack into this KV and try to kill it in the future. And if not, then you should kill the T80 with the Yak to make it easier to trade off Yak in the future. Kind of taking the middle path feels like it's going to be difficult to deal with this. And he can steal one of the guards, then Red Banner the Yak.
Yep.
Take out
Winter
the
Warfare
T80.
to get rid of the T80, or actually better yet, just trade it off with the Milk Truck. You want to draw first though, so if you are planning on Red Bannering the Yak, that has to be your first step.
Does he have... Yeah, he has the credits to take a guard, kill a guard, like clear the board for everything except for the KV. Choosing to keep the banner. This is going to keep him alive, however, any form of damage is not actually going to be lethal. However, because of
Oh.
this engineer battalion she found by the sword,
Yeah, that's
managed to get
exactly
that down.
so. Or sorry, it's not, because engineer is gonna gain 2. But otherwise that Red Dawn plus the Naval Brigade plus the attack would be enough. Yeah, Saber Lot is hanging on to this game by a thread, and definitely does not have the luxury of playing Yak 7. Kind of just a dead card in this position.
However, if we look at Corn Guy's health total, it's not easy for him to advance, because he can take out this 39th, keep his KV alive. However, it is also going to force him to trade, and if it trades, it means he's going to start a turn on 2 health, being dead to quite a lot of things. Actually, going to take out guide. This confuses me quite a bit. I believe that the 456 in his hand is actually one drawn off Zukov, if I recall correctly.
I would be lying if I said I was paying attention enough to know.
Going to Red Banner. If he gets Pershing, he is alive.
Oh,
Pershing means he can heal up to 5 and get a Pershing to the front line. Choosing not to do that.
That was a 50-50.
And he's taking a huge risk by not doing that. Actually, I guess he was dead to partisans either way, so that's perfectly fine. It's kind of Corn Guy's one chance back into this game at the moment. However, oh, he's actually just dead on board.
That's gonna be like KV, right? Oh, yeah, that KV.
The other KV. Oh, he's still dead because he has to trade off the. He's not. He can double trade into the flip-flopping back and forth between dead or not dead. He is not dead. If he double trades to the unit, this leaves a guard next to the HQ and only one unit to attack. And this is going to give him another opportunity to top deck partisans. Actually, if Saber Lot pushes engineers here instead of playing the Yak, he stops partisans top deck lethal.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
And he goes for it. And that is, it wouldn't have mattered anyways because Corn Guy is just dead on board and surrenders, but very good play from Saber Lot, and he finally gets this win on the 4th try with Soviet USA ramp. And it wasn't because the 50-50s just started going for him. He really just stuck into that game, played win, and I mean, he got the win. And it is going to mean it's going to go to a game 5 where Saber Lot, he finally gets to play a more fast deck, a more aggressive deck, a more meta deck. However, it is into the hard counter of said deck.
So Corn Guy doesn't have the, the winter warfare that is really great to start out with. That is not the best hand from Corn Guy. So Saberlot definitely is in this.
Corn Guy definitely took some risks in the opening hand, and we see Saberlot with the Sudden Strike tech choice into his Jago deck. This matchup is going to be huge for the Sudden Strike, whether it's taking out a buffed up 456th or this Engineer Battalion.
Yeah, and the inability of Corn Guy to get rid of the 15th cav on turn 1 means, a 35T on turn 2, and it can start to snowball if Jagro can start to snowball if you don't have a way to take care of that turn 1 infantry.
I would have actually preferred to see a 35T on that turn, just because the Engineer Battalion is not offering any immediate healing. It doesn't even have the credits to trade out with this cavalry regiment. So this is somewhat of an unnecessary tempo loss.
Yeah, and it pretty much removes your ability to get that 35T reduction for quite a while, given that hand.
And the Audacity draw is going to be very useful. Plays out the Type 93. This is very interesting to me. I suppose seeing the Red Dawn tells you your opponent absolutely does not have Sickle. However, there's still 4 in the deck, and top deck Sickle is far from the most likely outcome for Corn Guy to go for. Is Corn Guy not drawing? The fact that he leaves the Well, either way, this turn was quite awkwardly ordered by Corn Guy with pushing first.
Yeah, I like this play from Saber Lot, this IG play, because it means that you can trade off what you knew was probably going to be a 3-5 456. The only issue is that Corn Guy did drop the recon, and so instead Saber Lot opts for the Key 83 to put on trade. It's a great trade option. You can trade really effectively with it, or it can pressure your opponent's HQ.
Yeah. And I think this Audacity might come down to be the clutch of this game. Corn Guy deciding that he's actually going to leave the key on board because he could use the card draw more than his opponent. A very, very bold choice in this game. And that might be the choice that comes down to... that choice might be the difference between winning or losing this game. It's hard to say which way it's going just yet. That's a very all-in choice, because if your opponent is able to keep this key around for a couple turns, I mean, at the bare minimum, they can just trade out with your 456 immediately.
That does not hit the target that you were hoping for.
That is quite worst case scenario, because the Stand Together is going to come out. 10 damage is going to go the face, and none of these air units can attack the KV. Corn Guy just has lethal on board, and Saber Lot needs to top deck Sendai or type. No, it can't be pinned. So top decking Sendai is literally
Sendai,
the
of
only
which
thing.
Saber Lot plays, I believe, 1 copy.
And Corn Guy going for an all-in, very aggressive play. Saber Lot going for maybe not recognizing the danger he was in. Also, part of that was losing another 50-50 with Audacity, hitting the 34th guards rather than the destroying the 456th in the front line.
Yeah, it's worth noting though that Saber Lot does have lethal on board if Corn Guy doesn't trade, so Corn Guy is going to be forced to trade here.
That's a very good point.
The key though, however, prevents these Ichis from getting in for lethal, so...
That is a very good point. I I completely forgot about the amount of damage Corn Guy had dealt to himself, and therefore the ability of Saber Lot to just burst down his opponent.
Yeah, so the 2 options for Saber Lot are find your Sendai, or play Shinano and hope that like nearly all of them go into the KV. Which I suppose is possible, although not particularly likely.
Yeah, the problem here is it's just so awkward. I mean, trades out, he goes for an attack to the HQ rather than playing out the 3rd Aichi. That's pretty reasonable. However, Corn Guy? I mean, do you just... It's such an awkward position. You have
If
this
you
massive
kill...
unkillable unit in the front line.
Okay, so if you kill the Aichi, right? And then you play the Petyakov, then your opponent's Sendai is turned off, and then the only way for Saber Lot to realistically deal with the KV2 is to hit the either to like buff up some units, I guess, with like a Type 93, and just like throw your entire hand at it, or to Sendai. Yeah, so this is the play that Corn is going for, making it so that Saber Lot doesn't have the Sendai as an out.
Yeah, and it also is going to be disabling not just the Sendai, but also cards like this Dina in hand. Not that Dina could find to anything too useful. However, Saber Lot is just going to put a bunch of units on board, and he hits the Petlyakov down. This game is in such a tense position because this KV in the front line is essentially unkillable. Saber Lot. However, Corn Guy needs to be worried about his own health total. He needs to be worried about his opponent's possibilities with cards like Martyr. I'm not a huge fan of leaving the Martyr alive. I think I would have rather killed the Martyr just because Martyr does have the ability to damage this KV. And cards like Shenano is slightly easier to clear with.
Yeah, Saber Lot has such few outs, but at the same time, Corn Guy is under a lot of
He can
pressure.
remove the KV here. He dies either way to the KV in the hand of Corn Guy. However, Yokosuka, Bombing Raid, and Martyr all combine to remove KV from the front line.
And there's the Winter Warfare. That is going to be the game for Corn Guy. Congratulations.
And Saber Lot played very, very well. I think he can rightfully be pretty annoyed at some of the RNG he got in this game, in this series overall, but a close fought Game 5 victory for Corn Guy, getting him 100 USD, as well as the slightly more points for the OCC Ultimate. And congratulations to both of these players, and I for one, hope we see both of them back in future events, because that was an incredibly entertaining set to watch.
Yeah, so up next, we are going to go to our finals, but before we do, we're going to take one more look at the bracket, and then I'm going to be rejoined by my amigo Berto Burrito. So let's head on over to the bracket. So Gork and Bizio are going to be our two finalists for today. Unfortunately, well, I mean, fortunately for them, both have already earned their automatic inclusion into this year's World Championship. So neither of them are up for for getting an automatic inclusion into the World Championship. But they are still fighting over a pretty hefty cash prize pool. So we will have that for you in just a couple of seconds. Welcome back, Berto. Sorry, you're good? I'm not getting any audio from you.
Oh, sorry, I've muted.
Oh, there
I
you
was
go.
muted.
Okay.
Great to be back, is all I said.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, so we're going to get into the stream in just a second. So let's take a look one more time at what lists Gork and Bizio are running. So Bizio is running with Soviet Japan self-damage, Japan Germany Jagro, and Britain Japan credit denial. And Gork is playing Germany Japan Heinz, Britain Japan credit denial, and Japan Germany Jagro. So yeah, so we have no bans from the players. Do you think that either player is favored?
I'm trying to think. It's hard to analyze 6 decks all at once and how they match into each other and which goes first. But I think if I were to give anyone the edge here, I would go with Gork. And a large part of that is how dominant all of his performances have been so far. Bezio playing a few closer matches, whereas Gork has seemed so in control this whole time. He might have some trouble with the self-damage with Heinz and Jagro.
Yeah, I should note I misspoke. Gork's third deck is air, but yeah, as you're saying, air is usually pretty favored into self damage. Some of it can depend on whether or not you can get the castles off before the self damage has access to red dawns and stuff. If you can get that bomber lineup set up before self damage can retaliate with some removal pieces. But
So we don't have to worry about air into self-damage, as Gork is bringing credit denial, Bezio is playing air, and the
oh, sorry,
self-damage.
I switched them. My bad.
That's okay. It can be hard when you're looking at the same symbols on the board. Yeah. Um, Another matchup that is interesting is the self-damage into the credit denial match. That can be really hard for self-damage because not only are you sort of having a difficult time finding the units to Red Dawn and Bloody Sickle in the early game, but you're also being denied your credits to get down things like SU and the Dragon Slayer to apply pressure early on. So even though there's not a lot of direct removal from the credit denial list, which is so powerful, it can really feel pretty impossible to play in the early game, depending on how much credit denial this Britain list comes out the gates with.
Yeah, I definitely think that it's anytime that anytime that self damage is playing against a deck that doesn't provide early units for it to hit with removal, the matchup becomes infinitely more difficult as you're really relying on those to get down your early 34th guards and such like that. But yeah, I think it's interesting. We haven't seen credit denial in a while, and the fact that it made it to the finals is a testament to Gork's ability to pilot the deck. As you were saying, Gork has had a really dominant performance, and part of it is some nice Sexton top decks at the right time, but he certainly really knows how to play the deck as well, so we cannot take away from his skill piloting the deck.
Gork will not be happy to see this matchup the round
Nor will
one.
he be happy with that hand. That hand is really not what you want to see.
Yeah, additionally, going first in this matchup is also pretty bad because you really want access to more resources than the self-damage list, more so than the ability to tempo out early game. So really everything turning up poorly for Gork here. Ooh, and an expansion.
Yeah, and Bezio having two 34th guards in hand means that if Bezio can find like one more piece of removal, those 34th guards are going to come down sooner rather than later, and Gork is going to be fighting in a really, really uphill battle. I mean, yes, Sendai is great, but Sendai also dies to Red Dawn. So not as effective in this matchup as it might be in other matchups.
Yeah, I'd love to see the T80 come out here for Besio. I don't think you really mind, even if your opponent has something like a cavalry that you can't deal with, because at least you're still able to trade and get down to 34th guards. So potential inefficiency in one area to get more efficiency in another.
So on one hand, the Akita could somehow combine with the expansion in a turn or two, but the other problem is that if you're hoping to do that, then you're gonna have to find some other way to deal with the T80 that was gonna very quickly enter the front line.
I just thought of the silliest maneuver you could go for Bezio. You could play T80 trade, have the Akita hit T80 and play a 34 cards, which is a pretty terrible idea versus just trading and playing a 34 cards. But I just wanted to note it as an option. A terrible, terrible option. Bezio does have two main lines here. He can 456 and recon and trade, and hope that the Akita hits his recon, provide him with a little bit of draw, or you can take the simpler line, just trade, get out a 6/6. Seems pretty good.
Yeah, it's the conservative play, and when your opponent is off to like such a lackluster start, I think that it makes sense to play conservatively here. You're up on value, you aren't really being pressured at all, neither by board presence nor by life total, so definitely
Yeah.
makes the most sense.
Also, this 39th Rifle Regiment really looking like it's gonna come in clutch here. Getting a degree A Aichi is just one of the best things you can ever get off of Rifle Regiment. There are a few times where you get something better, like if you're playing against CA and you take something like a 4/6 Humber, but it's hard to beat 2 drops uh, in terms of power level
Yeah,
compared
the
to Aichi.
39th grabbing an Aichi is essentially a 5-for-1, as you're denying your opponent of 2 units, placing a 5/5 down yourself, and then getting 2 units. So it is like extreme value.
Besio sort of shot himself in the foot a little bit here. He's not going to be able to do that, and he's going to be forced to trade out instead because he's completely filled up his back line.
Yeah, do you think that Gork was making that play specifically to hate out the potential 39th?
I think Gork didn't have many other options. I don't know that he's playing around a specific elite when he's in such a desperate situation. I it, Gork is certainly smart enough to have considered that as a benefit, but I think even without that benefit, I think it was a good play either way. Now this 39th is still going to be really good. You're able to move up a 6/6. I
Yeah, you're
suppose
able to take care of the Aichi if you take the type.
yes. And trade out looks really good. And then that puts Gork into a really awkward position. Now, I find it
Yeah.
strange moving up a 1/2 instead of the 6/6. I get that it trades well into the remaining type, but the remaining type is just going to trade into your type, right? So I feel
Yeah,
like I'd like a 6/6.
however, if you push up the 6/6, then, you know, Bezio does know that the opponent has 2 surprise attacks. And so, like, the type is kind of gonna get in no matter what. And so, I don't mind this play. Um, I definitely see
Yeah,
what you're saying, but I don't mind this play.
I suppose it doesn't matter too much either way. It's a lot of pings to come out, but a lot of bodies on the board to absorb it.
Yeah, desperate times call for desperate measures. Not to be confused with the card Desperate Measures.
Nobody knows what that card is anymore, anyways. All right, so Gork can deal with both of these. Sendai is, of course, really vulnerable to something like a Red Dawn, but sometimes you just need to hope your opponent doesn't find it. Very reasonable to go for the Enigma first, if you're thinking your opponent is going to play a lot of cards from their hand, which on 8's
Yeah.
credit seems likely.
I don't hate this at all. However, this does give Vizio the opportunity to stand together on the guard, which, as we saw in our last game, can create some serious issues for Jagro. Although I think that Gork is playing 2 copies of Sendai instead of 1. Let me double check that. No, Gork is also playing 1 copy of Sendai.
Interesting. Well, I'm not even sure if there's... I don't think there's a line that allows Gork to survive here through Winter Warfare plus counteroffensive.
Yeah, not to mention the stand together. Bizio has like 6 different ways to win here.
Now, this is turbo lethal.
Yep. And just for style points, ending it with the counteroffensive.
All right. And finally, we see Gork losing a game. It was a
So-
counter matchup. It can't be too much of a surprise. Both players played it pretty well, I think.
Yep, so Bizio has Brit Air and the Jagro deck, right?
Yes, I believe so. I will just take a look and confirm.
Yep, that is correct.
He goes for the Jagro first, which I think he will be happy to have done. I think it's really difficult to play air into Jagro without the Empire strikes.
Yeah,
Jagro also just has more removal with Ichin Shinano and Audacity being commonly run now.
yeah, I mean, before Air versus Jagro was like oftentimes a who goes first matchup. But now if Air doesn't go first, I don't see how you could ever stick a board against Jagro. So I think that this is definitely the safer option for Bizio to take Jagro. And going second, having the honorable death to deal with the opponent's signal, a lot of these cards are a little slow, but the fact that there's a Shinano in hand means that probably won't be that much of an issue. Looks pretty decent for Bizio here. What do you think?
I kind of just feel like the honorable death isn't very good in this matchup. Like, dealing with a signal is nice, but giving your opponent extra gas is really not what you want to do. And this is a dangerous martyr to play, and you don't want to play it on the left side because that's more vulnerable to bombing raid. Oh, he's got to think about that positioning in this matchup.
Yeah, if you play Martyr now, Martyr gets traded away with a 35T, or even worse, traded away by the type 94, if Gork has a type 93.
So yeah, Bestio is behind on hand advantage, and he's behind on tempo and credits. So
Yeah,
I
the
think
second
this is a
rating definitely swung the game quite a lot for Gork, and it's gonna be difficult for Bizio to catch back up.
not much to do other than play a Whirlwind and trade. Force Gork to spend 2 credits potentially and remove the smoke screen from his Aichi. It's about the best you can hope for. But
Yeah, and
Gork
Gork
values the
Go ahead.
he values the tempo so highly that he doesn't even bother to take the value trade with the Aichi and just sacrifices a 15th cavalry. And if you're getting a 22nd down for it, then I suppose that pays back that card lost. He draws exactly another cavalry.
That is not the way that you wanted that Shinano to work out. Hitting HQ 3 times is pretty rough when you're behind.
Yeah, I really feel for Bezio here. This is and now Gork just gets to flood because the Shinano's gone.
Yeah, there is really no punish that Pizio could find.
Even if you play a fighter here, you can just get it double pinned with the surprise attacks or Sendide. There's really just no good options at this point.
Yeah, choosing the option that draws the card, I mean, there's a strong argument for that, but it also just will die instantly to the Aichi.
And Gork decides to go for the Type 93, get a little more damage in now. Versus, for example, pushing up the 22nd and getting more damage out in the future. Also protects the 22nd. And
we can see how Type 93 and Jagromir's actually makes a lot of really interesting value trades. Like it forces your opponent to not be able to play 35T into the type. Not that that would really save you at this point, but it's just interesting how you don't really see Type 93 as like a value card, but in aggressive mirrors, it often can generate quite a lot of value by forcing favorable trades.
And that is lethal from Gork. He gets countered the first matchup, but pulls it around, isn't phased. Comes back with a quick drag row win in the mirror.
So Vizio is left with Brit Air and Jagro against Gork's Credit Denial and Hines, if I remember correctly.
Yes, that's correct.
So if you're Vizio, how do you think Brit Air fares against Credit Denial?
I think it's okay. Credit Denial doesn't have a lot of single target removal in the early game, so you are able to just run away with close air supports and on per units. However, of course, you can never knock Credit Denial out with things like supply shortage and a few pins. Air is able to falter, and then if that leads into something like a Sexton, then what can Air do? So I really think that matchup can go both ways. I don't think the loss of the Empire Strikes is particularly brutal for that matchup. Although you would still love to have the card, of course.
So Vizio is able to get an early lead despite going second.
Yeah, really rough hand for Gork here.
Yeah, Gork does have the long-term plan of, using Martyr to make some trades, draw some cards. But it's gonna be, you kind of need to like have a board established before you play Martyr, or else it's gonna get traded away immediately. And I don't see how Gork is gonna do that against Vizio.
So going to the HQ and using the honorable death, that seems really weird when you're offered up such a nice trade into the 22nd.
Yeah, BCO thought about it for a long time and then kind of like blitzed it out all at once.
Still has the tools to deal with this Heinkel, however, which is nice for Besio. And Gork can Panzer 2A and trade with a Type 94, but that doesn't feel great. Goes for the spoils, seeing if he can find something. Maybe a Nakshub would be nice, or a Greif. But he doesn't really have the necessary number of these cards like Panzer 2A and Verbal Winds to claw back this board.
If BZO gets greedy and goes face, then a Martyr next turn from Gork would be really huge. But I'm sure that a player of the caliber of BZO would try and play around that.
I would expect a trade on the 1/1 to come out, which is what happens.
So
Martyr's
Gork knows that if you drop Martyr, best case scenario is you get a couple trades and it dies. So I guess the question for Gork is always like, when is it worth burning it, right? Because it's pretty unlikely that it's going to stick around for more than a turn or two.
Yeah, but
So you
even
wanna
if it
use it-
draws even if it draws 2 cards, then you're getting more than a convoy out of it because of the trades and the damage it soaks. And hoping for 2 wasn't too crazy in that situation.
Yeah, although now Gork is in a really rough spot.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he can possibly find off of the Panzer to stay in this, and he concedes.
So BZO is gonna have to win one game with Brit Air against either Heinz or credit denial. So which
Yep.
one do you think Gork is more likely to pick first?
I think Gork is more likely to pick Heinz first. I feel like Heinz can be pretty resilient, and it can put on the pressure in the early game if you find, your one drops, unlike in this game.
Yeah, I
But
absolutely agree.
I'm
Just
wrong.
the option of blitz units is nice. But yeah, looks like Gork's instead opting for credit denial. He finds the daylight bombing, but without the opting not to play greedy. He's playing really, really conservatively, which I like to see. Oftentimes players think that like, you have to hard mulligan for Observer Core into a 4-cost order that denies your opponent a credit slot, but you don't always have to.
Gork finding this Pioneer Company allows for the daylight bombing on turn 3. I really like that he changed his mind, didn't opt for the honey, because this daylight bombing on turn 3 could make a huge difference. And with the Type 94 trade, you are able to kill one of these swordfish before they get too big.
Yeah, so Bezio has to decide, do you want to double supply shortage, or would you rather, save one? You can deal with 2 honeys or 1 pioneer, or a honey plus a crusader and a pioneer. And although pioneer is really strong, I'm not sure if it's stronger than a honey and a crusader.
What do you mean by double supply shortage? Do you mean waiting
Sorry, not
like 2
supply
turns?
shortage. Air sup.
Ah, okay. Makes sense.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yes, the air you could double airsoft the Pioneer, or you could airsoft a Honey plus a Crusader.
Bezio is one credit short off of keeping his units alive with a close air support and getting down the third unit to buff. I imagine either it's a Paracy or the 6 Air Landing Brigade.
Yeah, I like air landing because it presents an effect on more than just your units that are going to die. Like if you Paracy, you use it on one of your units, and that's it. You know your unit is doomed. Whereas air landing, you're getting the same effect, but it sticks around.
Yeah, I agree. I like the play. Now, Gork also finding the Sexton and an Ultra. I really like the early Ultra here. Sometimes you want to greed out and save it for a Lend-Lease, something higher impact. But anything that Gork hits here is pretty high impact. And Bezio has so few credits to work with, it's hard to use something like the Air Sup to test.
Yeah, I like it for a few reasons. It gives you an extra card to work with, which might allow you to like do some crazy combos with your Crusader, draw a bunch of cards. And in Bezio's deck, there's not anything that's super high impact that you need to ultra, except maybe like Lend-Lease, but
Yeah, and I mean, there's even situations where close air support is a high impact card. I mean,
oh yeah, for sure.
+3/+3 for 1 has so much potential, and I mean, is surely why Bezio is deciding to bring air, even with the nerfs.
I'd like to see the convoy, but yeah, so Gork is opting to play the Crusader first for maximum draw potential.
And the one downside is you don't get to attack with the Sexton, which is quite sad.
Yeah, Bezio gets to trade away with everything here, with the help of an air superiority.
Gork doesn't know it, but he's gonna have to fight his way through a whole lot of card draw.
Yeah, when you're playing credit denial, how many cards your opponent has in hand is like not that important. It's mostly kind of just
Mhm.
contesting what you have on board and trying to get to a high enough health total, making sure your hand is always well sculpted.
Yeah, I always sort of think of credit denial as the opposite of discard, because they're the two resources you use to play cards: your credits and the number of cards in hand. This is a little bit of an interesting line, Bezio, and keeps his Dragon Slayer at an extra defense.
Yep, which when your Dragon Slayer is one of your primary tools in keeping your opponent off of 30 life, getting an extra hit in, I mean that's nearly a fortification. That's definitely huge. Whereas a Paracy, not that important.
Now, Gork going for the Blackwatch because he finds this naval power.
And that is going to be the sad end for our Dragon Slayer.
Rest in pepperonis. You will be missed.
Now, the
Now,
one thing is, this does kind of show your hand a little early, right? Like you know that you're basically telegraphing that you're planning on playing surprise attack on that black watch, and it does leave your opponent a pretty good opportunity to play an ultra. I would have rather liked to see the type and the sexton come out at the same time, but the problem is it's not really possible when the black watch is making the surprise attack cost 3 or now 5. So Ezio
and
has a hand completely full of orders, and these double black watches are miserable.
close air support at 5, but that seems pretty fair, right? That's the appropriate nerf. Yeah. Dealing with one black watch, but doing nothing else isn't a great look here for Bezio. Obviously, there's nothing else he can do. There was no decision in that turn. Like, you had to do it, but still really rough.
With the Pioneer and Crusader engine, all that Gork needs is like a honey for this to be really huge, but it looks like all of his honeys are like at the bottom of his deck, which is super not ideal. Oh, there's one of them. Yeah, Gork understands that honey is pretty much your most valuable unit, and until the turn that you're gonna pop off with it and gain a bunch of HQ defense, you do not want to play it early, especially into a deck that has air sups when you haven't seen PCO use any air sups so far.
There was one air superiority played, right? On a
Oh, you're
turn
right. Yep,
2
you're right.
honey,
You're right.
if I remember.
On it was during the turn where the Dragon Slayer attacked and the Parasite
Right.
attacked.
Right, yes.
The honey plus a redeployment seems huge here.
Yeah, although you do lose out on your credit reduction on this Monsoon Rot and the Commonwealth. Which is a little sad, but a worthwhile trade-off.
That is a lot of life gained. Bizio needs to find some sort of top deck, except that I don't think there is a top deck that can, for 8 credits, get your opponent from... would have to do 9 damage to your opponent.
Well, you can sincerely yours to keep your own HQ above 20 and air sup a honey and trade out. Seems
Yeah,
like the
I
most
suppose
reasonable thing to do, but
that does buy 1 turn. The problem is that it's a turn that doesn't really matter, if that makes sense. It's a turn that like you're still in the exact same position as you were before, or maybe even worse, right?
yeah. You're alive, but only by a thread.
I like pinning the honey. It means that the chances of getting put to under 20 are lower, but unfortunately Gork does have that Lancaster, and when your hand is... Go ahead.
It makes a lot of sense to use the Lancaster first to deal with to reduce the number of options that Bezio has. With each of these convoys at 4 credits, it really reduces his ability to find some high value fighters that could have dealt with the Lancaster the following turn. So a small sequencing decision, but a really huge difference. In
So Bizio just has
what's
to
gonna happen.
hope that Gork doesn't have Commonwealth in hand, which the odds are like
Which with-
basically 0, but
Well, he has no cards in deck, so it is actually
okay.
0. That's beautiful. Ending on exactly 0 cards, drawing the last
So-
one on the final turn.
So we're gonna go into the final game, and it's gonna be a Brit Air versus Heinz match. Now, I personally think that it's gonna be heavily dependent on the draw, as well as if Bizio has air superiorities, as well as whether Gork has any good blitz units to take out some of those early game bombers. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with the air superiorities. Without the Empire Strikes, the deck becomes so much more reliant on them. The deck also becomes more reliant on going first, which we will see Bezio does get to go first. He has a Monty, he has an Albacore, he has a 1-drop. Now all he needs is to find a couple of close air supports.
Ooh. Although it's probably a little too soon to start looking at that that naval supply run, maybe on like turn 4 or 5, if you can combine it with like a Monty, clear some stuff out. I can see some lines where an early naval supply run could actually be rather good. It really does depend though on Bizio's ability to stifle Gork's onslaught of units.
And a difficult decision here from Gork to whether or not to play that honorable death and give more fuel, but decides he needs to keep up the tempo and plays it out.
Yeah, the fact that Bizio went first and didn't start with a swordfish, I think in this matchup, there are some matchups where turn 1 swordfish isn't what you want and you'd rather prefer a gladiator, but I think in this matchup you would want to lead with a swordfish, and so the fact that Bizio led with a gladiator, I think Gork can be pretty safe to assume that the Albacore was Bizio's bomber.
Yeah. And when you only have one defense units to put out there and your opponent has a 1-attack bomber, I can understand wanting to get rid of that as fast as you can. And this
So this is going to be able to allow Gork to print 3 Panzer 1Bs in the front line. The Greif Panzer 3F combo is really strong.
And this would be a really nice time to have the Empire Strikes.
Yeah, I mean, Bizio does have a little bit of time bought with the Monty, but without some bombers to make an impact on it, and the problem is that even with the bombers, Gork can still play more stuff from hand. It'll have blitz, it'll have its operation cost reduced. Even like a Monty isn't a full safe solution at this point.
At this point, do you just try to race somehow? Hope your opponent doesn't have Blitzkrieg?
I mean, killing the Greif is like a must, right? I mean, I
Yeah.
think that it makes sense to Dragon Slayer face, but I don't know. I'm not sure actually. There's a strong argument to be made that Dragon Slaying the 3F is quite useful when you know that your opponent has the 1B in hand. But if you do, I mean, your opponent is just so much farther up on value, and as you said, without the TS, it ain't looking so hot.
And a small mispositioning from Bezio, not playing around top decking cast, but I mean, he knows it's probably dead anyways with the blitz from the Panzer III F. And what can you do?
If
How
Gork can
can you?
find if Gork can find a Blitzkrieg, it's over. If Gork doesn't find a Blitzkrieg, it's still like 99% chance of being over, but um
Yeah, it's hard to blame Bezio for tiny mistakes when the game feels so incredibly over and you're at the end of a long series. It's really hard to be in this position for Bezio when you're just trying to eke out the smallest chance, knowing you're gonna go out if you lose this match.
yeah, you got to give these players credit. They fought to a really tough game 5. It was a really good series. The 2-2 into a seemingly relatively even matchup in the last game. Each player had chances right until the end, but that Blitzkrieg is going to end it. Congratulations to Gork. Gork is the winner of this month's OCC Clash.
Yeah, incredible performance. Those 2 games in that set, they were the only 2 losses Gork had throughout the entire tournament. And his wins were incredibly convincing in all the games that he took as well.
Yeah, it goes to show if you pilot decks well, even if they might not be like the meta lists, like discard or Jagger or whatnot, you can still win on stuff like credit denial. But I do want to say before we end here, I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Thank you for all your support, and I hope that you guys enjoyed yourselves. And given that we do have an upcoming World Championship, I would highly recommend all of you, if you would like to participate, it is going to be open for everybody. We do have an open stage, so please go check that out. There's information both on Steam and on KARDS.com. And with that, I think we are going to end for today. Congratulations one more time to Gork. I would like to applaud Bezio. He did an absolutely wonderful job. Hung in there right until the end. So
Yeah, incredible from all our players today. Getting into the top 8 at all is a huge accomplishment, and everybody who made it today should be proud of that.
yeah, absolutely. It's a wonderful accomplishment to get into such a high level tournament. Um, so, yeah,
Even
congratulations to
player
the winners. Hopefully they have something good to spend their money on. And we'll hope to see all of them in the World Championships as they already earned all of their qualifications. So, all right, thanks.